Hi, this is sound check from 5th District. Please confirm.
Hi, good morning. We can hear you. Thank you. Good morning. This is a sound check. Min Lee, can you hear me?
This is Min Lee. I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you. You'll be muted until it's time for you to address. Thank you. Hi, Christy Carr, can you hear me? Christy Carr, can you hear me?
Tanya,
Good morning.
can you hear her?
Good morning. Yes.
You can hear. Fine. You can hear from your headphone.
Good morning.
It's fine. Gio or David, how does Celia sound?
Sounds good. I can hear loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Morning. This is a test. Supervisor Keel, can you hear me?
Yes, I was forced to download a new version of WebEx, but I'm so technologically savvy, so I did it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we're ready? Everyone ready? Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone this morning
This meeting is being
to our
recorded.
regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. As you know, today is Tuesday, December the 8th, 2020. Our meeting today is being held remotely due to the current public health crisis to protect the health of all. I will now take roll call to confirm attendance. Please unmute your mic and respond when your name is called. Supervisor Mitchell.
Present.
Supervisor Kuehl.
Hey, and welcome to Supervisor Mitchell.
Supervisor Hahn.
I'm here, and welcome to Holly as well.
Supervisor Barger.
I'm here, and I also welcome you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Kezia Davenport, Acting Chief Executive Officer.
Present.
Rodrigo Castro Silva, Acting County Counsel.
Here.
Celia Zavala, Executive Officer of the Board.
Here.
Okay, very good, all present. And also, again, welcome Supervisor Mitchell. We're really pleased that you have joined us to bring us to this very historic day. And with that, members, I want to turn it over and recognize Supervisor Hahn, who will lead us in a moment of silence in honor of unclaimed deceased individuals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This past Thursday, the county held a ceremony to bury the remains of 1,547 individuals who passed away in 2017 and whose bodies went unclaimed ever since. Every year, it is the county's responsibility to provide unclaimed individuals with a respectful and dignified burial. And this year, the entire ceremony was live streamed so that the public could participate safely. We do not know a lot about the people that were buried, but we do know that their lives mattered. At one point, they had parents who loved them. At one point, they had friends who cared about them. At one point, they laughed and loved and cried like the rest of us. Many were homeless. Some were children. Some were immigrants far from home, and almost all of them were extremely poor. I ask that we join in a moment of silence this morning, not only to honor the unclaimed dead, but also to commit ourselves to claiming the living. It's easy to feel lonely and isolated right now, but we're not going through this pandemic alone. We each need to reach out to our friends and loved ones, no matter how long it has been since we have been in the same room as them, and let them know that we love them and that they are not alone. Please join me in honoring these 1,547 Los Angeles County residents with a moment of silence, and as a token that they, at this point, are not alone anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hahn. Now I would also like to take a moment to officially welcome our newly elected supervisor for the 2nd District, Supervisor Holly J. Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell, as you know, is a seasoned legislator and advocate for working families, and I'm so glad and honored that she's joining our board. There are many issues on which I'm excited to partner with you on, knowing that your previous work and experience will be a valuable asset to everything that we all do here together. The 2nd District, as you know, is very similar to my district and is being heavily impacted, as you know, by COVID-19. So I know that we have a lot of work ahead of us to do together and with our colleagues. And I thank you for stepping up and taking on this challenge as a supervisor to represent the proud residents of the 2nd District. With no doubt, you will be served well by us, and you will serve your constituents well equally. Thank you so much. Now I would like to ask any of my colleagues if they would like to say a few words. Please unmute your mic you'd like to be recognized, or we can go in order. Can go to Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and congratulations to you for assuming the chairpersonship once again. I remember you were vice chair the instant you came into office as well, so probably have a lot to say to Holly about that. Holly, I am so really, really happy to have you join this board, and really grateful for all the talents and experience that you bring to it. Naturally, I remember meeting you a long time ago in the Capitol when you were working for Senator Diane Watson and the work that we did together. And I told my staff at the time, keep your eye on this woman. She is amazing. And we were totally correct. So I look forward to your tenure on this board. I think that you will find joining the experience in the executive branch to your experience in the legislative branch will only broaden the good that you can do. I look forward to partnering with you, as the chair indicated, on all of the things so important to us and to the county. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you so much. Next, I'll recognize Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, congratulations to you as you take the gavel this morning. And I did want to just add my welcome to Supervisor Holly Mitchell. I tuned into your swearing in on Sunday, and it was so inspiring to hear you talk about your priorities and hear you talk about the inclusiveness that you're going to make as a priority for all of LA County residents. And I love it that in the middle of your taking the oath, your doorbell rang, which was just, kind of just so real. And so this is the life we all live right now. But I welcome you to our board. You, of course, are making history by now making our Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors officially governed by 5 women, 5 strong women. Your perspective, your experience, particularly as you chaired the Senate's Budget Committee, will come in so handy here in LA County as we always struggle with our financial future and what that means to the safety net for all of LA County residents. So welcome, Holly. I've never gotten to serve with you because I never spent any time in Sacramento. So this is really an honor for me to serve with you on this board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Barger, our chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, want to welcome you, Supervisor Mitchell. I know we haven't worked together, but when I first met you up in Sacramento, and actually when I met you when you were running for office, what impressed me the most was that you wanted to understand the county and understand the issues, especially with probation. We met when we were being interviewed for endorsements through probation, and you really want to make a difference. And I am so excited to work with you on issues that impact all the county, not just the 2nd District, not just the 5th, but across the board. And it's going to be an honor. And as Supervisor Hahn said, a historic time. When I started with the county, it was 4 men on the board. And we've come a long way. And I think the opportunities that we have in front of us, this pandemic has changed the course, but it has not changed the resolve of this board to truly make changes to our system that are going to benefit the next generation. So I am so excited to work with you and look forward to what lies ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. With that, Supervisor Mitchell, welcome to the county family. And here is your opportunity to say a few words to us and the public.
Supervisor Solis, thank you so much for that warm, gracious welcome. And to all of my colleagues, I must say, as a native Angelino, I am humbled to walk into the building today, named in honor of your father, Supervisor Hahn. I just have to say it took my breath away. It reminded me of being a very young 22-year-old walking into the state capitol for the first time as a staffer, and really realizing that the voters of the 2nd District have entrusted in me the responsibility to do all that I can to bring forward sound policies at the county level to support them, not only through the current public health and economic crisis that we're facing, but just to make sure that we bring county resources to every resident. I just have to say I'm so deeply humbled to be a daughter of Los Angeles, recognizing that my parents actually met as eligibility workers working for DPSS. Literally every adult in my early childhood, worked for LA County. And for me to be able to come full circle, to walk into this place, walk into the 8th floor, and realize that I have the opportunity to serve is really humbling and overwhelming. Thank you so much. The 5 of us are making history together. We know that a lot of eyes are on us, lots of inquiry about, 5 women leading. What will happen? What will it look like? How will it be different? Well, we know the skills and assets and life experience we bring to this position at this time. And I have every confidence that we are going to do all that we can in the best interest of LA County. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you now that you 4 be patient with me. This is a very different governing process than the state legislature. So I'm a quick steady. I'm going to try to keep up. But I can't tell you how excited I am to be here in this moment in history and share these opportunities with you. So thank you so much for your warm welcome, your beautiful messages via video for my very unconventional swearing in at my dining room table. I look forward to getting to work. Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Mitchell. And that for sure was a beautiful ceremony that took place on Sunday to see your young son and to hear so many compelling stories that were told about you and your work. And I think I remember meeting you back when you were 22 years of age, when you served as a staff for then State Senator Diane Watson. And I'll never forget those very, very treasured moments when we worked hard to make sure healthcare was provided to the underserved. So you were a standout person then. But with that, I would now like to make some remarks about our outgoing chair, Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you so much, Catherine, for your dynamic and steady leadership during these difficult times. To be chair when COVID-19 hit, I know has been especially challenging, but you managed it with so much grace. I really appreciate how you always committed to leading the LA County through multiple emergencies, from the pandemic to the economic crisis to the wildfires. And we thank you for your work, keeping our meetings running smoothly, despite us not being able to meet in person. Even though we have had our disagreements on policy, I always know where you're coming from and that you represent the values of your district, and you'll always stay true to your constituents. But we've worked together on many different issues, and I'm happy that we were able to work together because our districts are aligned very closely together with respect to the issue of homelessness, to provide more resources to our smaller cities that we represent in the San Gabriel Valley was an honor. Together, we co-authored the first eviction moratorium in March, as well as creating, through the help of our staffs, the Economic Resiliency Task Force to better inform the county board and our departments on our road to recovery. And we also worked together on supporting our small businesses during the pandemic, and you demonstrated your passion, which has always been very admirable. And I'm sure we all appreciate your presence at the COVID press conference each week with Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Galley to provide much needed updates to our residents. And I'm especially thankful to you for your commitment to the diversity of our county and allowing me to host 2 of the briefings every week to inform our ethnic media outlets and communities of color. Today, I'm humbled to take the proverbial gavel from you, knowing that your leadership is an example for all of us. Thank you so much, Catherine Barger.
Well, Thank you, Chair Solis, and I really appreciate the kind words. I have to say you were a remarkable Chair Pro Tem, and I thank you for your ongoing partnership and steadfast dedication this past year. I couldn't have done it without you. And I also want to thank Supervisor Kuehl and Supervisor Hahn for their tremendous support that each of you provided throughout my term as chair. This year taught us a lot about working together in the trenches, and I'm grateful, very grateful for our collaboration and camaraderie to meet the needs of our county. I'd also like to officially welcome again Supervisor Holly Mitchell to the Board of Supervisors. We are truly excited to have you here and look forward to working together. All of us share a dedication to public service and a passion for ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents. I began my term as chair last year with a commitment to focus on the needs of children, coining this as the Year of the Youth. Knowing that so many youth, including those in our child welfare system, those experiencing homelessness, and those at risk of entering the justice system, face immense challenges and barriers. Yet we know each of these young people have opportunities to improve their future and to change the world. I began a chair's challenge for our county departments to bring forward new and innovative programs that would serve our children and youth most in need. Even throughout the hurdles of 2020, I'm pleased to report that we were able to recognize 3 different programs as part of the chair's challenge. This includes the Platform to Dream initiative, a partnership between the Fire Department, the Department of Public Social Services, and the LA County Office of Education, which created a youth leadership and mentoring program to help transitional age youth pursue careers in public safety. The second initiative was Healing Informed Arts Education, an arts therapy program for children in school, which was combined with the efforts of the Office of Child Protection, Department of Mental Health, and the Department of Arts and Culture. And the most recent winner is the Financial Literacy Program for Foster Youth, coordinated by the Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector, and the Department of Children and Family Services. This year, we provided more than $39 million in funding to expand youth employment opportunities and essential job training for more than 13,000 youth. There is no more impactful vision for our future than providing for the needs of our youth and helping them achieve greatness into adulthood. Unfortunately, the events of 2020 forced us to shift our focus to include those in greatest need throughout the county, both young and old. In reflecting on my year as chair of this board, I can't help but pause and think about the unprecedented challenges that took our deep commitment to ensure the safety and well-being of everyone in our communities to new heights. It is undeniable that the focus of 2020 has been battling the COVID-19 pandemic, which has shined a brighter light on our role as a safety net for residents and a support system for businesses and organizations alike. Thinking about our responsibilities as a safety net, let us start with the homelessness crisis. We began this year with a sense of urgency and a renewed commitment to address homelessness by streamlining and expediting affordable housing and permanent supportive housing. As the coronavirus began to spread in Los Angeles County, we refined and sharpened our focus on how we can best serve our most vulnerable populations. Through the leadership of the state and the collaboration of many of our cities, we implemented Project Room Key, an initiative to secure hotel and motel rooms for those people experiencing homelessness who were most at risk of grave suffering if they contracted COVID-19. That initiative helped protect older people and those with underlying health conditions from contracting COVID-19. We now have begun Project Home Key, an initiative to purchase hotels, motels, and other buildings and turn them into long-term housing as more of a permanent solution. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, the county has placed more than 7,000 individuals through temporary housing at 38 Project Room Key sites, totaling 3,800 rooms. We've also secured 10 Project Home Key sites and will begin placing individuals into these permanent housing units later this month. Meanwhile, the county continues to embark on innovative and long-term solutions to address the mental health needs of residents of all ages. During COVID-19, we've seen an increase in the need for mental health services for all of our residents who have struggled with isolation, anxiety, depression, to name a few. The Department of Mental Health has maintained a robust 24/7 helpline to provide critical mental health support resources and referrals. Not surprisingly, the department reported a 50% increase in total calls this year. The county also partnered with Headspace to offer free collection of mindful and meditation resources to all of our Los Angeles County residents, and more than 50,000 members have signed up to date. For those suffering with significant mental health challenges, we are working to address the continuum of care and the ways in which these individuals first encounter county systems. Through leadership of this board, several decades ago, the county launched the mental evaluation teams, which pairs law enforcement and a Department of Mental Health clinician to jointly respond to individuals suffering a mental health crisis. This program has been hugely successful, which is why the county's commitment on this program has remained steadfast despite the tough fiscal decisions resulting from the pandemic. It is my hope that we can continue the expansion of these vital programs in the years to come, knowing the immensely positive impact it has had in the lives of those we serve. This year, we also implemented the therapeutic treatment bans. It was an honor to join Supervisor Hahn, Mayor Garcetti, and our partners at the LA City Fire Department to launch this initiative that builds out our mobile response teams to triage critical mental health needs and connect individuals to services in real time and in the community. We are working toward a new system where 911 calls that involve mental health issues are diverted away from law enforcement and toward appropriate specialists. I am proud that we launched both the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting of the new Mental Health Urgent Care Center in the Antelope Valley this year. It is going to change how we provide services to those most in need. This capital project, which was completed in a record time and under budget, thank you, Mark Pastrella at Department of Public Works, will provide 24/7 services for youth and adults suffering a mental health crisis in need of immediate stabilization. This will effectively divert individuals away from emergency rooms and into services that are tailored to meet their specific mental health needs. Mental health is one part of our much larger delivery of healthcare services countywide and something that I put high on my priority list. I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognize and give thanks to all of our county's healthcare workers across the Department of Health Services, the Public Health Department, and the Department of Mental Health. Our frontline healthcare workers are truly the unsung heroes of this pandemic, and I am grateful for their dedication to their work. I'd also like to take a moment to mention public safety and the enormous pressure that is placed on our first responders throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. The Sheriff's Department and the Probation Department worked tirelessly with the Office of Diversion and Reentry and the Department of Mental Health, our judicial officers, and other key agencies to ensure the health and safety of those in care and custody of both the adult and juvenile detention systems. Our juvenile systems, the Probation Department, was able to reduce the population in detention facilities from 840 youth to 520. Probation provided essential resources and support to those released from jails, prevent them from falling into homelessness, and to connect youth released from juvenile facilities with parents, guardians, and other suitable placements. Our Sheriff's Department continued to provide essential specialized services to vulnerable individuals in support of the safety and well-being of our communities throughout the safer at home orders and periods of civil unrest. We also owe a debt of gratitude to the remarkable first responders, especially those representing our amazing LA County Fire Department and the Office of Emergency Management. They handled multiple wildfires, both great and small, during a pandemic that created hurdles and barriers in the way we protect life and property and how we are able to help those who were evacuated or who even lost their homes. Unfortunately, we suffered 37,500 acres which burned in multiple fires in Los Angeles County, resulting in the loss of 99 homes and 106 structures. We are committed to helping our residents rebuild and appreciate the support offered from FEMA toward these efforts. In addition to its role during the wildfires and the periods of civil unrest, the Office of Emergency Management was exemplary in their leadership of the county throughout the COVID-19 public health crisis. A special thanks to Kevin McGowan. They helped coordinate multiple aspects of this pandemic. This ranged from obtaining and distributing personal protective equipment, preparing logistics for the election, managing the Economic Resiliency Task Force, and supporting the rollout of business compliance programs. Throughout their work, they distributed more than 55 million items of PPE and more than 57 million face masks to departments and organizations throughout the county. They oversaw a massive food security program for the region, helping more than 50 food drives in partnership with the LA Regional Food Bank to provide nearly 3,000 tons of food, which is the equivalent of 4.7 million meals to more than 83,000 households. This team is leading the Great Plates program, which has served 2.1 million meals to more than 7,800 older adults. Great Plates has the added benefit of contracting with local small businesses to prepare meals for seniors. As a result, 67% of the meals provided are minority-owned businesses. The Office of Emergency Management also created a robust communications effort in 13 different languages and 4 different dialects to effectively reach nearly all of our 10 million residents, along with countless businesses and organizations, to ensure they were informed while health officer orders were continuously updated. They also spearheaded the effort to develop 13 reports focused on different sectors to guide the safe and effective reopening of Los Angeles County economy when we're ready. They've handled all of this and any other needed efforts in between. We can all agree that the Office of Emergency Management stepped up in a big way to compassionately serve the needs of the constituents, businesses, and organizations in each of our districts. These needs were made clear to us as we watched the unemployment rates in the county skyrocket to 21% at its peak, in addition to an increase in CalFresh requests by 18%, General Relief by 35%, and Medi-Cal by 6% through our Department of Public Social Services. The LA County Development Authority lent support through programs to provide rent and mortgage assistance, totaling more than $18 million in economic relief. We were able to allocate $170 million in CARES Act funding through the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, the Workforce Development, Aging, and Community Services Department, and the LA County Development Authority, among others, to provide much needed support to small businesses, nonprofits, and social enterprises. The Department of Consumer and Business Affairs also established a disaster help center, which fielded more than 30,000 calls from workers and businesses and received 250,000 visits to its website. While these are all unfortunate circumstances, it's been an uplifting and an inspiring situation to watch, with the integration of so many county departments working together under the leadership of the Chief Executive Office and the Office of Emergency Management to provide critical services during this time of crisis. The county departments that shouldered the greatest responsibility this year were clearly the departments of public health and health services. Throughout this pandemic, both departments have proven themselves to be nimble, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the county. We were quick to address the coronavirus by declaring a local and state emergency on March 4th. And since then, the Department of Public Health and Health Services have worked nonstop to protect the health and the well-being of our residents. The magnitude of the county's response to COVID-19 cannot be overstated. We've been responsible for more than 10 million residents across 4,700 square miles to address a pandemic that changed the way of life of every single child, youth, and adult, including their ability to work, attend school, participate in religious services, and engage in social activities and entertainment. We all understand the enormity of this challenge and have worked fiercely ever since to protect the safety of our residents while addressing their emotional well-being. We've quickly ramped up testing by establishing sites throughout the entire county to ensure accessibility for all our residents. We currently have 27 county-operated testing sites in high-need areas, and in a total have 180 testing sites, including those administered by the City of Los Angeles and pharmacies such as CVS and Rite Aid. We've tested more than 3.4 million individuals to date. The Department of Public Health established a robust contact tracing program utilizing county workers reassigned as disaster service workers to quickly engage individuals who tested positive, inform others who have been exposed, and connect individuals to testing. We have 2,600 staff assigned to contact tracing and successfully engaged in more than 220,000 residents with necessary information and resources. Through a significant increase in the county's use of the 211 referral, we were able to help individuals who have not had healthcare provider services get connected to the county healthcare system and receive appropriate treatment. The county's 211 system experienced a 103% increase in the total numbers of calls they received each month as a result. We also saw great partnerships from various county departments to provide much needed added support to our residents. We partnered with the Los Angeles County Office of Education to distribute necessary digital devices to help students connect, learn, and to grow. During phase one of the distribution to students, we delivered 21,000 hotspots, 4,700 iPads, and 22,000 books. The board has allocated $17.2 million in COVID relief funds to bridge the digital divide, recognizing these are critical resources to support children and families in need of quality, accessible learning tools. The Department of Parks and Rec launched multiple programs to help children, adults, and older adults thrive during long periods at home. These include 10 different Parks After Darks in Motion events that closed off local streets to offer families and community members an opportunity to walk, bike, skate, or even dance while DJs played music. During the summer, county parks hosted more than 23,000 children at youth at open splash pad locations. And the department created Parks for Home for children, youth, and adults to watch instructional videos at home that range from sports skill development to do-it-yourself projects and arts and crafts. Immediately following the Safer at Home orders, the LA County Library quickly communicated the availability of digital books and electronic resources to patrons throughout the region to provide online access to thousands of books, audiobooks, DVDs, and online turning tools such as tutoring. With programs like virtual story time, reading buddies, and STEAM learning, the library has reached out to nearly 200,000 children and adults, and we've all worked to provide continued arts and cultural experiences to residents through various departments of arts, cultural programs, and online tours for our museums. I would like to take a moment to recognize the profound work of the LA County workforce across our 36 departments who quickly adapted to the transition to working from home with minimal disruption and stepped up their commitment to serving the residents of Los Angeles County. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, the county transitioned from just 7,000 telework employees to more than 45,800 employees working from home. This increase has remained constant through the past 7 months, with approximately 37% of the workforce currently teleworking in some capacity. I want to commend the thousands of employees who remained in the field and on site provide critical in-person services such as our children's social workers, adult protective service workers, first responders, and of course, our healthcare workers. We've had more than 4,500 social workers through the Department of Children and Family Services working the field for in-person visits 24/7 to ensure the safety of children at risk of abuse and neglect. I offer my heartfelt thanks and extend the appreciation of these workers from the residents they have committed to protect and serve. I'd also lastly like to recognize each department head for their leadership during these challenging times and commend their commitment alongside their executive management teams to effectively manage their workforce so they could continue to provide the quality services to our constituents in a safe environment that protects both employees and the public. And finally, my thanks to our retired CEO, Sachi Hamai, for postponing her departure to help the county navigate what has been truly uncharted waters. And thank you to our acting CEO, Fezia Davenport, for unflappable leadership, working with all levels of government, faithful spirit, and a commitment to maintain our fiduciary responsibility throughout this public health crisis. As the beginning of this year, I reinstated the board trip to Sacramento to meet with our partners at the state level. This visit built upon relationships with leadership in the capital, including Governor Newsom and members of his administration, and proved even more important as we've weathered a storm that necessitated close collaboration with our local, state, and federal leaders. In LA County, we still have a way to go in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, especially as we continue to experience an increase in case numbers and as we prepare to roll out a robust vaccine distribution plan. We have 457,880 residents who have tested positive this year, and sadly, 7,936 individuals who have lost their lives. These are not just numbers. Every single one represents loved ones suffering an immense loss. It is with heartfelt emotions and enormous sense of duty that I thank you all again for your support this past year. I could not have done it without you. I offer my sincerest well wishes to Supervisor Solis as she begins her term as chair of the Board of Supervisors, and you know I am a phone call away if you ever need me. Please know that I remain honored to partner with you as we continue to help bring recovery, restoration, and hope to our communities the year ahead. And now I would like to nominate Supervisor Holly Mitchell to serve as Chair Pro Tem of the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a second?
You have a very enthusiastic second from the third.
Okay, it's okay. It has been moved and seconded. Thank you so much, Supervisor Barger, for your comments. Given that we will take this item up to vote on the Chair Pro Tem nomination, we'll do that after we receive public comments, so everyone's fully aware. Now I want to ask my other colleagues if they want to also make some statements to our outgoing chair. So I'll start with Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Barger, thank you so much, for just taking the time to walk us through the amazing investments in human capital and resources under your leadership under this past year. It was astonishing for me to hear about the 45,000 county employees who are now continuing to do their public service from home, and just the impact, the magnitude of the ramping up of the testing, and the significant role these critical life-sustaining entitlement programs, CalFresh and General Relief, have played in the lives of LA County residents to get us all through this very tumultuous time. I watched you from Sacramento do your press conferences with great admiration, and just know that I had my hand to your back like so many others. Our leadership is never truly tested until we really find ourselves in circumstances like this, and clearly you stood up on behalf of all of us. I was very proud as chairwoman of the Joint Legislative Budget Committee to be able to work collaboratively with the governor to make those emergency resources available, and to know that my home county of Los Angeles was going to take them and use them efficiently and quickly to meet the needs of county residents. So I applaud your leadership, particularly during these tough times. I applaud your leadership and our collaboration before I was elected in meeting the needs of LA County's children. And I look forward to continuing to serve as a colleague of yours, but really want to acknowledge your stellar leadership during this time of crisis. So congratulations once again.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Mitchell. Next, I'll recognize Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Catherine, I think you gave new meaning to the phrase, "I didn't sign up for this year." We had no idea when we welcomed you as chair what this year was going to hold. And you steered a steady course through it in really, really difficult and challenging times. I want to particularly praise you for being such a fierce advocate for those who need mental health treatment. Often it takes a back seat, as we know. And though the county, I believe, made a good start on really identifying how important it was, so many other issues overwhelmed us quickly beginning in March, and we have needed that strong voice to keep us on that path. The same with the county's children, the most vulnerable among us, arguably, in addition to the elderly, for whom you have also worked and insisted on services. I'd have to say the thing I miss the most is the way every Tuesday morning we would come onto the dais and greet each other. And, it's hard for people to understand when members disagree on this or that, how they still remain colleagues and friends. And it's been more difficult with this separation, there's no question, sort of keeping up the relationships and the friendships. And I'm glad that we will continue to serve and look very much forward to the day when I can walk onto that dais, and you as well, and really be able to greet you in person. Thank you for steering a difficult and steady course through all of these different kinds of tragedies for the county. I won't even call them just challenges, because challenges are one thing, but this has been an overwhelming, I think they call it a perfect storm, but in the case of 2020, it's more like a perfect tsunami. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your steadiness. Thank you for your smile in the old days when we would come onto the dais. And again, congratulations on your year as chair. And I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now at this time, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to first give praise to how we do this peaceful transition of power. It is so civilized, and I'm sure Supervisor Barger can remember in the days when my dad served on the board, they actually took a vote. And even when it was my father's turn to be elected as chair, they passed him over. So in 40 years, he was only voted chair twice. So it's great that we have taken the politics out of it, the personalities out of our transition of power, and it is peaceful. And hopefully other levels of government all the way to Washington, D.C. will look at us as a model for peaceful transition. And Supervisor Barker, I just too wanted to say, sort of echo what Holly said, just listening to you sort of tick off the incredible accomplishments, not just for yourself, but certainly for the entire county, and to remind us in this terrible, tragic year that the county really did move the ball forward on so many important issues for our residents. I chuckled because it was hard to remember what your initiatives were a year ago, and I know you laid them out, and I'm glad you reminded us, because we've gotten so overwhelmed by this pandemic. And I think 2 years ago, when I took the helm, one of my initiatives was getting more of our county employees to work from home, and it was difficult to embrace that concept until, of course, this year, when it became necessary and important part of how county employees continue to do their jobs while remaining safe. And I, too, wanted to thank you, Catherine, for your steady, constant leadership of us as you steered the county ship through this storm. And as Sheila said, you had no idea, you didn't sign up for this, but you were so quick to be able to hold those daily briefings and to steer us as we began to, first time ever, engage in these virtual county meetings, which was unprecedented before. So thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for your compassion. You do represent your district so fiercely. And as a result, sometimes we came down on 4-1 votes, but that never impacted your relationships with us. That never impacted your ability to immediately move on and find the areas where we work together. You have been a terrific chair. It's sad that you'll be known as the coronavirus chair, but you have really been magnificent in your role this year. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And to all my colleagues, thank you for your comments. And also to Supervisor Barger, thank you for your statement and the compelling work that you have led us through, and the board, to take us to this very day. So I want to thank you again, and I also want to thank my colleagues as we move forward. At this time, I would like to have the honor and privilege to share a video regarding my concepts or ideas for term as chairwoman of the Board of Supervisors. So please take a moment to join me.
Hang on, please. I think we're having some
technical difficulty. So just take a moment to hold on. Thanks. And the public, I'm told that we are having technical difficulties, so I'm just going to go ahead and read my prepared remarks. If you will please bear with me, and if we are able to put up the video afterwards, we'll do that. If not, we'll just continue to conduct our business of the day. So appreciate your patience, all of you. So with that, I want to start by addressing my colleagues and the public. As you know, I'm honored and very humbled to serve once again as chairwoman of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Usually the new incoming chair lays out her priorities for the next year to use the opportunity to focus the county on one or two major policy issues. But this year is unlike any other in the county of Los Angeles. Our lives have changed before our eyes over the past 9 months. Our priority is the same, however, as the rest of the world: to protect people's physical, mental, and financial health by defeating this virus. The county had to adapt quickly and with flexibility. And as you will find later, if we're able to view the video, we have put in place unprecedented policies at a rapid pace because the needs are so great. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the gaps and structural inequities in our system. It worsened the deep disparities that have existed in our communities for far too long, and it reaffirmed that we can't go back to the status quo. But with tragedy comes opportunity, and here it is, colleagues, a chance to remake a system that works for all people, especially our most vulnerable residents. We have to accelerate long overdue reforms by working hand in hand with the incoming federal administration and the president-elect, as well as Governor Gavin Newsom. And this enormous task that requires a commitment and collaboration will require all of us to work together, all of our sectors of our community and our county departments, alongside with our cities and our residents. To me, fixing the damage means protecting the physical, mental, and financial health of our residents. But it also means closing the gaps in our system so when the next crisis arrives, we won't have so many people falling through the cracks. If there's anything that we have learned in these 9 months, it is that we must prioritize our healthcare infrastructure while working to expand access both culturally and linguistically. The county's hospital systems and the vision for restorative care villages, or healthy villages as they're known, should be advanced so we can build out our community-based care programs, which will have positive cascading effects within our surrounding communities. These projects can transform and lift up our neighbors because they bring jobs, community-based alternatives to incarceration, affordable housing, and healthcare. We saw the racial and income disparities that COVID-19 exposed, and here now is a chance to invest directly into those communities in order to bridge those gaps. In terms of homelessness and affordable housing, there are opportunities for the county to continue to get people off the streets and into housing and provide wraparound services. The county has been innovative during this pandemic, getting people into housing, as was mentioned earlier by Supervisor Wagner, partnering with the state on Project Room Key and now Project Home Key. And we took bold steps to move the financing for the Vignes Lot Housing Project, a property that was previously slated as a staging area for the new Men's Central Jail located in the 1st District, with an unprecedented goal of finishing it by the end of this month, which will provide 232 units of housing with wraparound services. We must also prevent people from falling into homelessness by expanding workforce development opportunities, which, as you know, I'm excited that we will soon have a standalone department focusing on workforce and the economy. Programs like the county's Youth at Work, in which we just invested $20 million earlier this year, is great. We must continue our work of building on an economy that produces not only fair and livable wages, but also jobs that leads to careers, including sectors such as healthcare, technology, and bioscience. And at a time when our small businesses are struggling, we must expand our support programs as well as leverage the county's procurement and contracting systems to provide more opportunities to small, disadvantaged, and low-income businesses throughout our region. This is a central component of my agenda to protect and advance the people's livelihoods, to include their financial health, and do everything we can to ensure that they all prosper. And this board has already taken so many bold steps, and especially in terms of how we define public safety, as well as how justice is implemented throughout the County of Los Angeles. We must indeed continue to move steady, and in that model, providing care first and jail last. Closing down Men's Central Jail and building out alternatives to incarceration programs within our communities will help us continue our commitment to people who deserve a second chance to reunite with their families and receive vital county and community services in their settings. The county has a responsibility to provide them with the resources to end the cycle of trauma and imprisonment, which is what public safety and justice are all about. We're also following through on the will of the voters with the successful passage of Measure J that will provide funding opportunities to actualize these goals around alternatives to incarceration and invest in our community. Colleagues, we all know that there are many issues that bring us together. COVID-19 was one of those. It was one of the most, and is one of the most pressing issues of the day. And we have, I believe, a duty to make sure that we do all that we can to help solve these challenges and problems ahead of us. Now it's our opportunity to turbocharge these efforts and begin anew, because LA County is not going back. We are charting a path toward recovery and ultimately to advance the quality of life and livelihoods of all of our residents. And it will take every ounce of our willpower collectively to do this work. Because make no mistake, the path ahead is long and hard. But I, along with you, my colleagues and our department heads, our CEO, and our entire county family, with the support of our stakeholders, our communities, and others, we're up to the challenge. And I'm determined that we can make this work for the county. At the end of the day, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you. Now, I think we can quickly go to the video. Thank you.
Supervisor Hilda Solis has been an exemplary leader and role model for me. She's a person who cares. She's a person who affects change. She's a person who appreciates relationships and honors them. And right now it is my true honor to introduce Hilda Solis as the incoming chair of the Board of Supervisors. Congratulations. May you lead with courage and faith. Doesn't really matter. I bothered to care.
Discharge the duties upon which I am about to.
Discharge the duties.
I've heard all the reasons.
The first time I became chair of the Board of Supervisors was 4 years ago, and the world has changed so much since then. Los Angeles County has also changed. Just look at what we've been able to accomplish during this time. Through our collective resolve, Measure H was passed, bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars so our unhoused neighbors can receive the services and housing they need and deserve. We passed Measure A to invest in communities without green space. Those that are park poor, who are now beginning to see more open and recreational park space in their neighborhoods. We've reformed our approach to criminal justice to prioritize care first, jail last, by making investments in healthcare and affordable housing instead of jails. We built affordable housing projects all over the county and will continue to do so. We've advocated for communities facing environmental injustices to get them the justice that they deserve. We developed and fully funded more workforce and job training programs so our young people in particular are getting the opportunities they need to succeed. This Board of Supervisors has taken bold steps to improve the quality of life for all Angelenos. Whether it's Supervisor Catherine Barber advocating on behalf of foster children and transitional age youth, or Supervisor Sheila Kuehl working on behalf of women and girls and LGBTQ people, or Supervisor Janice Hahn fighting for more transparency in county government. And of course, our newly elected Supervisor Holly Mitchell is no stranger to working on behalf of our communities. We have been bold and our efforts were paying off. But then came COVID-19.
This is Eyewitness News.
The LA County Department of Public Health just released an update about the rising number of coronavirus cases. Take a listen.
Today, we're also reporting 138 new cases.
LA County health officials report 239 new cases of coronavirus.
Coronavirus deaths continue to climb. 29 new fatalities reported in LA County as more healthcare workers test positive for the virus. With the uncertainty surrounding this coronavirus crisis, a lot of people have questions about employment and what to do if they lose their jobs or get their hours cut dramatically.
I signed a statewide executive order impacting the entire food chain and entire sector.
We are announcing an extension of our current order through May 15th, 2020.
LA County, just like the rest of the world, has been hit hard by this virus. We had to put portions of our economy on pause.
Let's continue demonstrating our gratitude to our essential workers each day.
Vulnerable communities are struggling as their physical, mental, and financial health hangs in the balance. And these challenges continue today. But, as is the American spirit, during the darkest times, ordinary people step up to do extraordinary things. And I'm proud that our county stepped up
to our role as a safety net, catching those who are most vulnerable of falling through, and we've had to adapt and adapt quickly. People experiencing homelessness were especially vulnerable to the virus, so we turned vacant motels and hotels into temporary housing, and now we're making some of those housing permanent. When families were going hungry, we provided food, baby formula, and diapers. When low-income children needed to learn from home, we provided devices and tablets. When communities of color lacked adequate access to COVID-19 testing, the county set up 27 testing sites and established partnerships with 150 other testing sites in the hardest hit areas, all of which are free of cost. When Americans across the country rose up for justice, we heard it loud and clear and moved to close down the decrepit Men's Central Jail while passing Measure J to invest more in healthcare, housing, job creation, and alternatives to incarceration. When Angelinos needed financial relief, we used the funding from the federal government to provide direct rental and small business assistance to our residents instead of backfilling the county's budget. We quickly put in place a moratorium on evictions to protect tenants and provided grants for childcare, money for nonprofits, arts organizations, renters and property owners, as well as small businesses so they could stay afloat. But the pandemic is not over. Far too many people are still getting sick, and many more are at the brink of economic collapse. Their livelihoods are at stake. So we have an enormous task ahead of us. Whatever we have done to try to mitigate the damages, there's even more to do as we move into 2021. The county's #1 priority must continue to be defeating COVID-19. This means continuing to protect one another. It means equitably distributing the vaccine when it's available. And it means to get our economy back up and running. And not only reform, but transform our priorities by investing even more in healthcare, in housing, job creation, and fighting climate change and alternatives to incarceration. Because without those things, people will become even more vulnerable to this virus. I know our residents are counting on the county to be there when they fall through the cracks, and we can't let them down. We have to protect not only their lives, but their livelihoods. As your next chairwoman of the Board of Supervisors, I intend to lead with courage, urgency, and humility, and knowing that there is nothing that we can't do if we do it together. I've always been proud to call Los Angeles County my home, and despite these past 9 months, I'm filled with so much hope. Indeed, because I do see the bright light at the end of the tunnel, and we will all head toward it together. Thank you.
But we can rise above the crowd, raise our voices loud, from our actions be proud. We can rise above our fear, draw the enemy near, not by might, but by spirit, we are here.
Well, with that, members and colleagues, thank you so much for the opportunity to share my vision for the coming year. And to all of you and my board colleagues and to the county family, we have arrived here because of you. So we have a tremendous opportunity to move ahead. And today is going to be one of those robust days where we're going to push out a lot of great, exciting agenda items for the public. So with that, we will now move on to today's agenda. As indicated on the posted agenda, we'll be taking telephonic public comments during today's meeting. The Executive Office of the Board received well over 1,400 written public comments for today's meeting. And as those written comments were received, all of them were available to the supervisors for their consideration, consistent with the Brown Act's requirements. We'll continue to receive written public comments throughout the meeting. And due to the number of written public comments received, we will not be reading in the names. However, these comments will be made public and part of our official record. Madam Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 3, set matter at 11 a.m. Item S1 is a discussion on the public health order related to COVID-19 as requested by the chair of the board. This item will be held for discussion. On page 4, special district agendas. This is the agenda for the Sanitation District number 27 and the New Hall Ranch Sanitation District. On page 5, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 10, this is the agenda for the Public Works Financial. On page 11, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 20. On item 1, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 5, there are the following abstentions. On Sanitation District number 9, Supervisor Hahn, and the Sanitation District number 17, Supervisor Barger, has stated that they have a personal financial interest because they will receive a stipend for serving on these district boards and therefore will be abstaining from the vote on those two appointments. Their abstention are noted for the record. Regarding the appointments to the Southern California Association of Governments, Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Mitchell have stated that they have a personal financial interest because they will be receiving a stipend for serving on the body and therefore will be abstaining from the vote on this appointment. Their abstentions will be noted for the record. On item 13, Supervisor Kill requests that this item be continued to January 5th, 2021. On item 15 and 16, Supervisor Hahn requests that these items be held. On page 23, Administrative Matters, items 21 through 64. On item 21, the Acting Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued to July 13, 2021. On item 22, the Acting Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued to February 9th, 2021. On item 29, this includes an amendment as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 46, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. The requests for continuances or items to be referred back through 62F are before you.
Okay, that's moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items. That will be the order. Before we take up public...
I'm still reading it.
And Madam Chair, I want to make sure that we voted on the Chair Pro Tem, because I know it was nominated in second. Did we vote on that?
It will happen in a minute, yes.
It will happen.
As soon as after we hear public comment.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay.
On page 47, public hearing, the item will be held for hearing. On page 48, notices of closed session. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Okay, so. Moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. To approve these items, that will be the order. Moving on to item 7, public hearing summary and departmental statement. Before we take up public comment, the executive officer will read the short title of the public hearing item. Madam Executive Officer, please swear in those who plan to testify before the board on the public hearing item.
In the testimony you may give before this board, you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Item 65 is a hearing on the proposed power purchase agreements for the expansion of renewable energy systems at 2 county facilities. A written departmental statement was provided and correspondence was received.
Thank you. We'll now take public comments for all agenda items. Madam Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. To repeat, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Do not call the number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8017 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which agenda items you wish to speak on. You have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item or 2 minutes to speak on 2 or more agenda items. In addition, those who would like to address the boards with general public comment will be provided 1 additional minute for a maximum total up to 3 minutes per person for all agenda items, including general public comment. We will allocate up to 60 minutes for public comment on all of the items. If there are no speakers waiting before 60 minutes have lapsed, we will close public comment. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get one warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic, or if you stray off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note, if you are also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Thank you. As a reminder to address the board, if you have not done so already, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Do not press 1-0 a second time or you will be removed from queue. Our first speaker is Victor Lang. Please state the agenda item, and if you also are addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Victor Lang, please begin. May we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mayor
Hello,
Todd
Victor
Rudd.
Lang. Hello?
Please begin.
Thank you.
I apologize. Good morning. My name is Victor Lang, and I am a hospital epidemiologist as well as Director of Quality and Risk Management for Greater El Monte Community Hospital, which is part of the AHMC healthcare system. I am speaking on item S1. First of all, I'd like to thank LA County and the Department of Public Health for their leadership during these past several months in what has been a global crisis unlike anything we've seen before. I particularly want to thank also the chair of the board, Supervisor Hilda Solis, for her amazing leadership and continued support in all that we do in healthcare during this crisis. I've been in healthcare for over close to 30 years, actually 27 years, and primarily specializing in hospital epidemiology. And again, this is an unprecedented time. This is something that I never ever expected to see in the United States. And so again, we need to look at what the county has done, what the public health sector has done, and the targeted safer at home order is needed now more than ever to ensure that we have enough hospital beds and staff to care the people
Thank
who
you.
need
Your
it.
time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mayor Todd Rogers. Please state the agenda item, and if you're addressing public comment, you may begin.
Good morning. Item 29 in general public comment. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The City of Lakewood adds our congratulations to Supervisors Mitchell, Barger, and Solis. I'm calling on behalf of my partners on the Lakewood City Council in support of Supervisor Hahn's motion to amend your board state legislative agenda for 2021-2022. We're all aware of the impact the pandemic has had and continues to have on small business, but we recently learned that the impact has the potential to go much deeper than a loss of business income or even a business closure. In an effort to circumvent traditional business liability protections, many landlords have required business owners to sign personal guarantees on their leases in the event they are unable to pay their rent. That may mean when current eviction moratoriums expire, many of these business owners could be forced to sell their homes or other personal belongings to pay these rent liabilities and exacerbate the devastation to their families, all due to something that wasn't their fault. The City of Lakewood is looking to provide legislative relief from these personal guarantees long enough for our small businesses to start making money, the money they need, again, that will allow them to pay up their leases without placing them at threat of personal bankruptcy or even homelessness. We are currently working on this with state leaders. We thank Supervisor
You now
Hahn
have
for
1
her
minute to
partnership
address
and
general
today's
public
motion.
comment. Please begin.
And we respectfully ask that the board support and advocacy of this badly needed relief for LA County businesses. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Courtney Valentine. Please state the agenda item, and if you wish to comment on general and public comment, you may begin.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. My name is Courtney Valentine, and today I'll be speaking on 62D and 12 and general public comment. For item 62D, for nearly a decade, our members of our community have called for an evaluation of AB 109 spending in our county and a reinvestment in community-based alternatives to incarceration. The Sheriff's and Probation Department in LA County have grossly mismanaged funds and have a long history of abuse, and they've compelled both the county and the state to reevaluate AB 109 spending. And the intent of AB 109, when it was first passed in 2011, was for counties to focus on non-incarceration alternatives that have a proven track record of reducing recidivism. And I sincerely hope this board follows the demands of its constituents to fund alternatives to incarceration recommendations by shifting dollars away from ineffective law enforcement agencies that monopolize our tax dollars and into effective community-based alternatives. For agenda item 12, for people who are facing such destabilizing situations such as eviction, domestic violence, or child custody disputes, navigating civil court proceedings without assistance can exacerbate those traumas and result in unjust outcomes. Access to legal help should never determine whether a survivor gets the support and recourse they need or whether a person remains housed. Such an essential and life-saving part of the LA County judicial system must be permanently maintained and should not rely on unstable outside funding like grants. Now, more than ever, especially during the crises we're facing this year, I call on the board to renew the contract for self-help legal access centers and to ensure sustainable funding for this service by diverting funds away from the county systems that harm and criminalize and incarcerate these same communities that just need basic access to legal help. As far as my general public comments, I asked the board and CEO to support Supervisor Solis's request for $30 million of CARES Act funding for ODR. The housing and treatment provided by ODR have been crucial in reducing the spread of COVID-19 among the county's most vulnerable populations. Especially people who are seeking mental health treatment. They may not have the understanding of why masking is important, why social distancing is important, and this CARES Act funding can provide crucial support for people who are experiencing those mental health crises and substance use disorder problems that need to have access to ongoing treatment and supervision and care in order to maintain public safety. The pandemic is only continuing to intensify, and services must intensify to meet it. ODR has a proven track record of supporting the safety and health of justice-impacted individuals with mental health and substance abuse treatment needs. The success of their programs indicates the need for expansion, and as COVID-19 continues to impact LA County at alarming rates, the expansion of services must follow in order to ensure the safety of everyone. And finally, in general public comment, while eviction protections, including agenda item 13 that this board proposed, and limited rental assistance have helped temporarily, these measures do not go far enough to stabilize households, control the spread of COVID-19, or facilitate economic recovery. Yes, we need relief for homeowners and small landlords, and you should be doing everything in your power to identify local funds, pressure banks, and state and federal governments, but please do not delay the cancellation of rent. It's within your powers now.
Our next speaker is Eddie De La Riva. Please state the agenda items, and if you'll be addressing on general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning. I'm addressing item S1. Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the board. Congratulations on this historic day. I am in support of motion S1. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her leadership on this, but I also want to commend the entire board for not only doing what's right, but what is necessary. Communities like mine, communities of color, hardworking communities, frontline workers are being exposed at great numbers. This pandemic has hit really hard. It's hit our community extremely hard, and I want to commend and the board for doing this, and I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you for your efforts, and thank you for your leadership, and thank you for having the courage to do what is not only right, but what is necessary. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mark Uhas. Please state the agenda items, and if you'll be addressing general public comment, you may begin.
This is on agenda item number 12. My name is Mark Uhas. I'm a family law judge here in Los Angeles. I would like to thank you for allowing me to chat for a moment. I am not speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles Superior Court, nor on behalf of the Judicial Council. I am, however, speaking on the behalf of the California Commission on Access to Justice, which I am the chairman. As you well know, Los Angeles will face a tsunami of litigation when evictions resume after January 31st. Eviction proceedings have always been challenging, and the new duties and protections under AB 3088 add forms, deadlines, and requirements. Since more than 80% of litigants in the Los Angeles Superior Court system must represent themselves, the very people that the legislature intended to protect under AB 3088 may become homeless without access to legal services. Now is not the time to reduce self-help money for people that need it the most. The California Access to Justice Commission has worked for 24 years to lower obstacles facing Californians, not only individuals, but
Thank
families,
you. Your time has
small
expired.
businesses.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson. Please state the agenda item, and if you'll be addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson, Frontline Wellness Network, Justice LA. Agenda items 62D, 23, and public comment. Just want to start out by giving a warm, excited welcome to Supervisor Holly Mitchell. I can only imagine the applause, the shout-outs, the standing ovations we would have greeted you with this morning at Kenneth Hahn, but we're doing this virtually, so I simply want to say I really believe that District 2 challenges the moral compass of the county and the country for the better, along the lines of racial justice, gender justice, economic justice, of which you are a champion. And so we are motivated because District 2 is your home, but also because justice is your home. And so we're excited and are ready to get it cracking. With regard to 62D and 23, we're ready to really change the way we're doing AB 109 allocation. So we support the new proposal. The last decade has shown that 77% of our AB 109 allocations have gone to the sheriffs, have gone to the probation, which had been mismanaging funds with brutal outcomes. In fact, last year, we wasted $10 million incarcerating black folks for probation violations, $4.3 million incarcerating black houseless people from around the county for probation violations, $26 million incarcerating black folks for 6 charges where we could be diverting people. And so those departments are not where we need those funds. We should be asking our new ATI director where we need those funds. We should be asking service providers and certainly our community where we want those funds. With regards to the sheriff's been allocated millions to house 3,400 AB 109 beds, and yet this year, AB 109ers sit at 1,500 within our jail. And so that reallocation should take place, and we should take that as the ceiling to continue to reduce our AB 109 population. And so we're really excited about this opportunity in this motion to really change the next decade of AB 109 allocations. With regard to the sheriff's budget and agenda item 23, I distinctly want to say that the Care First paradigm
We have 1 minute left to address public comment. Please begin.
The Care First paradigm we're moving was motivated by the recognition that the sheriffs cannot demonstrate care as a priority. And so we're asking for you to reallocate $35 million from contracts that house sheriffs at our local hospitals into community-based solutions at work, such as the Code Gold teams that over the last year have responded to over 1,400 crises inside the hospitals and have never once resulted in a use of force by sheriffs. And so those are the innovations we need to be funding, not more sheriffs at our local hospitals. And we just want to say rest in power, Nicholas Burgos.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. As a reminder to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and then 0 at this time, but do not press 1 and 0 a second time or you will be removed from queue. Our next speaker is Ruby Rivera. Please state your agenda item and also if you will be addressing general public comment. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Good morning. I'll be speaking on items 6, 3, 13, and general public comment. Good morning and congratulations to Chairwoman Solis and our SC2 Supervisor Holly Mitchell. I am Ruby Rivera, Director of Community Organizing with Inner City Struggle. I am speaking on behalf of our members in District 1 and as a Linwood resident. on items 6, 3, 13, and general public comment. ICS is a member of the Health Innovation Community Partnership, and as a member, we are here to speak in support of item number 6, which would award a year contract to a job developer tasked with establishing a long-term pipeline of partners in the local community to increase local hiring efforts within development projects underway at the LAC USC Medical Center. We urge the Board of Supervisors support to ensure the job developer work with hiccups to meet the need for a regional approach to establishing a pipeline effort to meet aspirational goals for local and targeted hire jobs. In support of item 3, we appreciate the supervisor's efforts in supporting restaurants and communities experiencing food insecurity and ask that you extend this opportunity to street vendors who are suffering immensely during this time. This program could encourage restaurants to partner with street vendors to address the obstacles of health code compliant equipment and kitchen access. We ask you to be creative with this program so that all small food entrepreneurs have opportunities. We support item 13 and ask that these protections be extended until the end of the state emergency and including much stronger anti-harassment measures. As a partner organization in the State House LA County program, we hear so many stories of harassment, fear of eviction, job loss, and fear of what happens when rent is due. Now for general public comment. While eviction protections and limited rental assistance have helped temporarily, these measures do not go far enough to stabilize households, control the spread of COVID-19, or facilitate economic recovery. At some point, the bill for unpaid rent will be due, and low-income tenants who are already severely rent-burdened and still without steady income will not be able to pay it back. They will end up with or stuck in a cycle of debt for years. Without further action, the communities who sacrifice the most, seniors, the undocumented, low-income essential workers, people of color, will be the least protected and excluded from economic recovery and most vulnerable to eviction and death. Yes, we need relief for homeowners and small landlords, and you should be doing everything in your power to identify local funds, pressure banks and state and federal governments, but please do not delay the cancellation of rent. It is within your powers now, and delaying this action will result in massive evictions and deaths. We urge you to take action now and cancel the rent to keep people housed and save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Mullen. Please state the agenda items, and if you'll be addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning. This is Stephanie Mullen, Associate Director at Strength United, and I'd like to speak on public comment as well as item number 12. And in starting, I just want to congratulate our newest supervisor and chair pro tem, Holly Mitchell, for joining the board. So proud of her. Holly, I dressed up for you today. You can't see it, but I did. And I want to welcome our new chair, Supervisor Solis, and commend Supervisor Barger for her chairmanship over the last year. On public comment, item number 12, saving our self-help legal access centers, I want to commend Supervisor Kuehl and Solis for bringing this to the attention of the board. And as a service provider, Strength United serves victims of interpersonal violence in the San Fernando Valley and Santa Clarita Valleys. And what we know is the number one resource that is requested is for legal services. And we work very Neighborhood Legal Services, who is one of the providers for self-help centers, in sending clients over there to, work on letters and be a part of the
Thank you. You
the
now
legal
have your
system
1
and the
minute to
process.
address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. And we are just very much in support of the self-help centers. We know with AB 3088 possibly expiring in February that many of our clients who are housing insecure are going to be in need of these self-help centers. So we just want to encourage the board members to pass this extension, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Lynn Lyman. Please state the agenda items, and also if you were addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Lynn Lyman. I'm here representing LARP, the Los Angeles Regional Reentry Partnership, where I'm a co-founder and serve on the Executive Steering Committee. I will be speaking on item 62D and general public comments. Let me just also begin by welcoming I was going to say Senator Holly Mitchell, but Supervisor Holly Mitchell to LA County Board of Supervisors, having worked with you for a decade in Sacramento, passing criminal justice reforms. Couldn't be happier to have you here in the county, to have your leadership and have a champion for justice issues. I wanted to start by thanking Supervisor Janice Hahn and Chair Hilda Solis for taking on the important work of ensuring our AB 109 population is better served by a robust and more representative PSRT. LARP was actually founded in 2011 to respond to AB 109. When we heard our folks would be held in local jails, not prisons, and possibly given more alternatives to incarceration locally, we realized we needed to organize and rally together our reentry community to be ready to better serve our loved ones coming home. For the past 9 years, LARP has worked to help the county implement AB 109.
Thank you. You now have your 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Identified gaps in services, called for split sentencing, and opposed flash incarceration. We launched the 50% campaign in 2014, calling for a full 50% of the AB 109 budget to go to services. And our executive director, Troy Vaughn, has held the only community seat on the PSRT for these 9 years, and we had to fight to get him voting rights in the first year. He has since called many times for additional community representatives. While the county is moving to align all of its justice sector programming with the Care First, Jail Last approach, it is so important that Angelinos sentenced to the lowest level felonies under AB 109 not be left behind. We applaud adding new county offices like ODR and ATI to the expanded body, and are happy to see service providers, advocates, and directly impacted people added to the list. On behalf of LARP and the reentry community, we look forward to supporting the rewrite and revision of the AB 109 implementation plan.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Collective priority.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ana Maria Garcia. Please state the agenda items, and if you are also addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Good morning. I am addressing agenda item 12 and public comment. Good morning, supervisors, and gracias. My name is Ana Maria Garcia, and I am the Vice President of Access to Justice Initiatives at Neighborhood Legal Services of LA County. Together with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles and Community Legal Services SoCal, we operate the network of 9 courthouse-based self-help legal access centers spread across the county, which serves as the best direct constituent service project ever created by our Board of Supervisors. Over the last 20 years, more than 1.5 million people have received help at one of the 9 centers. They came to court after having been served with an eviction notice or in the midst of a family crisis. Many limited English proficient or had experienced trauma of homelessness or domestic violence in their lives. Almost all were living in poverty. At the centers, they found help.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute left to address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. Nearly 75% of the litigants arriving at the centers are in need of assistance with a family law issue, protection from domestic violence, or to respond to an eviction. The centers are also a safety net for the most vulnerable tenants at risk of being evicted and falling into homelessness. After being served with the notice, tenants have just 5 days to file an answer in court. Self-help centers assist litigants with filing timely answers and refer certain cases to full representation. These services will become even more critical when the county begins to experience the tsunami of evictions resulting from COVID-19 job-related losses. We cannot afford to lose this resource even as the need for it increases. Such a loss would have a devastating impact on homelessness.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. As a reminder to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and then 0, but do not press 1 and 0 a second time, or you will be removed from queue. Our next speaker is Michelle King. Please state the agenda items, and also if you are addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning, and welcome to Supervisor Mitchell. My name is Michelle King, and I'm a District 1 resident. First, I'd like to uplift Courtney, Ruby, and Mark Anthony's earlier comments. Today, I'll be speaking in favor of items 3, 12, 13, 62D, general public comment, and in opposition of item 23. On item 23, the Sheriff's Department is an institution that has never been, nor was designed to be, an effective tool for public safety. So long as billions of county dollars finance this failed department, our communities will continue to be hammered by violence, discrimination, mistreatment, and systemic racism. During the uprising for racial justice and equity this summer, LASD inflicted on protesters the brutality they inflict daily on our Black and brown communities. And yet, in this report, they blame those protests for their millions of dollars in overtime expenses. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, LASD has shown callous disregard for the lives and health of people in their custody. And yet here, despite the reduction in the county jail population, they attempt to use COVID safety precautions to justify their budget increases. Last year, LASD cost county taxpayers $91.5 million to satisfy judgments. That's a nearly 25% increase from the previous year. This is not keeping our community members safe. Why are we continuing to squander taxpayer dollars cleaning up LASD's mistakes? No wonder Alex is so mad that you refused their 7% increase this summer. We're refusing to continue to bankroll their misconduct. For years, the Sheriff's Department has been wrecked by wrongful death lawsuits, federal investigations, use of force complaints, sexual assault charges, and severe mistreatment of people with mental health needs. Even tomorrow, the board will vote on an $825,000 settlement of a wrongful death lawsuit brought against LASD. The fact that admits this, Alex Villanueva is asking for an additional $16,000 in funding is an arrogant slap in the face. These problems will not go away until the county meaningfully divests from the Sheriff's Department and fully invests in community-based care. It is both the authority and responsibility of this board to use the budget to correct the endemic violence and corruption of the Sheriff's Department. What the people of LA County deserve is a system that provides true public safety.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute left to address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. Housing, medical care, and well-paying jobs, and the board has the power to create that change through the budget. On item 62, I am grateful to Supervisors Hahn and Solis for recognizing the urgent need to reevaluate the implementation and oversight of AB 109 funding. Since 2011, LA County has received $2.5 billion in AB 109 funds intended to help develop and implement alternatives to incarceration, like innovations in reentry, community-based services, and affordable housing. However, 75% of these funds have gone to the Sheriff and Probation Department, where these dollars are used as slush funds to pay overtime. The Sheriff and Probation Department's gross mismanagement of funds and long history of abuse has compelled both the county and state to reevaluate AB 109 spending. For nearly a decade, community members have called for an evaluation of AB 109 spending in our county and a reinvestment in community-based alternatives to incarceration. The intent of AB 109 was for counties to focus on non-incarceration alternatives that had a proven track record of reducing recidivism. This motion is a step forward
Your
towards
time has
accountability.
expired.
Crucial.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Patricia Sung. Please state the agenda items, and also if you are addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Good morning, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm addressing item 62D, the motion to restructure the Public Safety Realignment Team governing AB 109 funds. My name is Patricia Song, a consultant with the Haywood Burns Institute and formerly with the Children's Defense Fund, California. For the last 3 years, I've served as the 2nd District appointee to the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, a statutorily mandated body that oversees Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act funds. I want to say welcome, Supervisor Holly Mitchell. I'm so excited about your leadership, have been honored to work with you and your staff in the past, and look forward to briefing you about the JJCC's work. These funds have totaled around $50 to $70 million annually since 2001, and are dedicated to supports and services for young people prior to and during their justice involvement. I urge the board to vote for this motion. The lessons learned from the JJCC work in recent years are so applicable here. For many years, advocates called for recomposing the JJCC. Its composition and approach to spending had remained virtually unchanged for its 18 years of existence at that point. And in that entire existence,
Your time
no
has expired.
non-governmental...
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Yvette Alay. Please state the items you'll be addressing, and if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Hi, good morning, Supervisors. Yvette Olay with Dignity and Power Now and the Justice LA Coalition. I'll be speaking on agenda items 3, 12, 13, 23, and 62D in general public comment. I want to start by extending a warm welcome to Supervisor Mitchell. You have been a champion for justice in the Senate with bills like SB 180, and I'm excited to work with you here at home. On agenda item 62D, thank you Supervisors Hahn and Solis for this motion. In February of this year, on the request of Assemblymember Kumlager, I provided testimony on LA's AB 109 spending to the Joint Legislative Audit Committee. The committee debated if an audit of other counties would be warranted, but the one county that they thoroughly agreed necessitated an urgent audit was Los Angeles. It was embarrassing that they felt our county had such egregious mismanagement of funds that it had to be the first county to be audited. In fact, we received over $2 billion in AB 109 funding intended for alternatives, yet the sheriff and probation departments have received the vast majority of these funds, 77% in fact. By contrast, the Office of Diversion and Reentry received 5%, and community-based services through the Department of Health have received a mere 2%. This motion is a great step forward to finally establishing the necessary oversight and accountability that our communities have demanded for nearly a decade. Bringing community members, ODR, ATI, and other restorative departments and initiatives to the table is how we finally align AB 109 funding with the Care First vision you have established. On agenda item 3, I appreciate Supervisor Solis and Kuehl's effort in supporting restaurants and communities experiencing food insecurity, and I ask that you extend this opportunity to street vendors who are suffering immensely during this time. On agenda item 12, thank you Supervisors Kuehl and Solis for bringing this motion to preserve vital legal assistance for those in our communities who most need it. Now more than ever, access to low-cost legal care is essential, as so many in LA County are in precarious financial and housing situations. And while I applaud the board for creating the interim plan, it is essential that these kinds of services have sustained funding. Residents rely on these kinds of programs, and ensuring consistent access is literally
1 minute
a life
left
and
to
death.
address your general public comment. Please begin.
Is literally a life or death matter for people seeking safety from abuse and eviction. On agenda item 13, I support item 13 and thank Supervisor Kuehl and Solis for bringing this motion. I ask that you extend tenant protections until the end of the state of emergency with stronger anti-harassment measures. While eviction protections and limited rental assistance have helped temporarily, these measures do not go far enough to stabilize households, control the spread of COVID-19, or facilitate economic recovery. Yes, we need relief for homeowners and small landlords, and you should be doing everything in your power to identify local funds, pressure banks and state federal governments, but please do not delay the cancellation of rent. It is within your power now, and delaying this action will result in massive evictions and death. We urge you to take action now and cancel rent to keep people housed and save lives. On agenda item 23, it's no question that the Sheriff's Department has mismanaged funds, and I compel you to please take a look at the Sheriff's budget in this next budget cycle and make bold action to redistribute
Your
funding
time has
to
expired.
community-based.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Zach Schlegel. Please state the agenda items, and if you are also addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Hi, good morning. It's item number 15. My name is Zach Schlegel. I'm calling on behalf of PATH, People Assisting the Homeless. We appreciate Supervisor Hahn and Supervisor Barger putting forward item number 15, which would streamline and expedite the contracting and payment processes at LAHSA. We believe this motion will move us further towards a transparent and efficient process that is both focused on clients and provider friendly. All efforts should be made to ensure that there are no artificial administrative barriers placed on providers, which can impede our collective progress towards our shared goal of getting people off the street and into housing. The lack of efficient payment from LAHSA is an ongoing issue. We recently had to go into our reserves and line of credit to continue payroll due to delays on LAHSA's end, so I would stress the need for an immediate solution. Thank you for your continued vigilance and dedication to improving the system, and we urge your support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not done so already, please press 1 followed by 0, but do not press 1 0 a second time, or you will be removed from queue. Our next speaker is Zoshult Godinez. Please state the items you'll be addressing, and also if you'll address general public comment, you may begin.
Hello, yes. My name is Xochitl Godinez. Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Xochitl Godinez. I am addressing public comment. I will be speaking on item 12. I wanted to share my personal testimony on my experience with the self-help Legal Center. The Self-Help Center helped me in a time when I needed urgent emergency protection due to being a victim of domestic violence. This situation was very scary for me and my children on that day. I urgently called Pomona Self-Help Center to get guidance and assistance with an emergency protective order to protect me and my children. Thanks to them, I not only got the emergency order in place, but I also got the permanent order. But they were also the ones who assisted me thoroughly with my self-representation. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to seek protection for me and my children. I wouldn't be today in a safe place feeling protected along with my kids. I'm one of the many cases of domestic violence. The self-help centers are needed in domestic violence cases like the one I was in, and even in worse cases. This situation was very scary for us, but they provided the support legally to ensure our protection and safety, and this is why I had to come and share with you and express the importance on supporting funding the self-help centers, because I will not be the first or the last person who will need their legal services. I could have been another
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Eric Previn. Please state the agenda item, and also if you're addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Thanks. It is Eric Previn, and I'll speak on the agenda item and a general public comment as well, yes. I'm going to start with item number 4, which is the opportunity for Hilda Solis, who's taking over his chair, to kind of cancel a bunch of board meetings. But it's in an environment, and I reach out to Holly Mitchell, the new member of the board. We're very happy to have you. I was totally behind your getting elected, as many of us were. As we clear statement that the ways of Herb Wesson, who's been a reducer of public comment, were not what the public wanted. And here you are, so it's time to reach across the aisle to Solis and say, we have to restore meetings. We've cut the meetings by half already. There's now a weird closed session experience that's very different. But virtual, as the great speaker Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson and Eunices Hernandez, who are now moving up into the county operation in a positive sense, need to understand that the public speaking is not to be just for one group or one thought or one idea, but I, of course, support what we fought together so hard to ensure that the county becomes a place where there's more justice and less injustice. And with George Gascon coming into office, and he runs the district attorney's office, such a beautiful greeting for Holly Mitchell, though virtually, and the doorbell rang. The doorbell means the public is back. The public does not want to be excluded from meetings anymore, and I speak on behalf of 11 million people who have a lot going on right now as parents are facing historic difficulties with kids at school, as all sorts of things are in flux. And the Board of Supervisors has always been the safety net, not just for people jabbering on and yammering on about this and about that, but about people with significant real problems that you claim to be building a bigger and larger bureaucracy to serve. But it's really important, and I can't emphasize enough how disappointed I am in the new county council, who is claiming that
you now have 1 minute
Miller
left to address your general public comment.
Yeah.
Please begin.
Perfect, because it's not on the agenda because you've buried it. Miller Barandes is a law firm, okay? They put their pants on just the way Sheila Kuehl does every day in the morning. But the problem is that they're doing work for the county that included part of that appalling $1.5 million parachute for Sachi Hamai in the context of a dysfunctional county family between the sheriff and the Board of Supervisors. This has been a terrible year, not just for the pandemia, but for the insanity between these elected officials who need to get it together, all of them. It's too important. There are 10,000 LASD people who need to feel part of the family, and we have to make it humane, guys, gals, everybody. And I just can't believe that Rodrigo Castro Silva is going to deny what we pay these law firms to create deals like that. And for Mr. Ridley Thomas to tell Mark Saladino to put his hand behind his back and twist his own arm off so it almost fell off when they came in to office with Wickham. These lawyers are not our friends.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Byam. Please state the agenda item, and if you'll be addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Byam. I am here to give my support to items 16 and 29 and to make general public comment. We are in need for additional funds to help small business owners such as myself. I own an indoor playground, and we have been closed since March 16, and we are still closed. I have received very little to none in financial help so far, with my rent being almost $25,000 per month and us being closed for almost 9 months now. I am now behind on rent by a lot. I have tried everything in my power to find a way for my indoor playground to survive, but with $0 in income and hardly no support from the government, I am really left with nothing much to do except to put the future of my business in the mercy of your hands. Not only is the future of my business in jeopardy, but my family's personal lives is in jeopardy. We have a personal guarantee signed on the lease, which means that the landlord will also come after our own personal property, and we will also be forced to file for personal bankruptcy as well, making my family homeless. As for my general public comment, I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors to also consider a different solution in regards to the moratorium. Once the moratorium ends in the next few months, I will have to pay over $60,000 per month for the next 6 months just in rent and to catch up on rent. This is really not possible at all. Please take into consideration businesses that have been closed since March and restructure the moratorium so that we can all see some side of hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sherry Weaver. Please state the agenda item, and if you'll be addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Agenda item 15 and general public comment. Good morning. My name is Sherry Weaver. I'm from Harbor Interface Services in San Pedro. We are the lead homeless provider in SPA 8, and I'm calling in today in support of item 15, expediting homeless funds contracting process. We currently have 9 lots of contracts, and I've taken on the responsibility of reviewing each before our executive director signs and returns to LASA. On average, these contracts are 291 pages that are expected to be returned to LASA within 48 hours of receipt. It would be irresponsible to sign contracts that have errors, knowing that we will be held responsible for the contents of this contract during monitoring. In my reviews, I have found a number of errors. Before we can sign, we have numerous email exchanges with LASA to get clarification and changes made, further delaying contract execution. Many times, LASA staff cannot respond to our questions without getting clarification internally. The fact that the developer of these contracts cannot answer questions about its contents is extremely troubling.
Thank you. You have 1 minute left to address general public comment. Please begin.
And demonstrates an even greater need to change for this process. Review the contracts is only step 1. Organizations will need to develop a budget, have the budget approved by LASA, then the funds are uploaded into MyCourt system before any invoicing or payments can be made. The ripple effects of this are tremendous. We continue to provide services while waiting for reimbursement, which means that organizations are taking out lines of credit to pay client rent, staff salaries, including subcontractors, and organizational costs to operate. The interest on these lines of credit are not a reimbursable expense. We need your vote today in favor of this motion. We cannot afford the continued bottlenecks in this system that impact our ability to serve the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Hassan Zuniga. Please state the agenda item, and if you'll be addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
One moment. Madam Chair, if it's okay, we'll move on to the next public comment.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Alex Cave, please state the agenda item, and if you're addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Yes, I'm Alex. I'm calling from District 2, speaking on agenda items 3, 12, well, I guess I can't, on 13, 23, and 62D, and giving general public comment. For item 3, I applaud the supervisor's efforts to support restaurants and communities experiencing food insecurity, and I ask you to take it a step further, as many others have, and extend that relief to street vendors. For some, that is their entire livelihood. Successful restaurants can validate spending expensive amounts of money on COVID-compliant equipment, but mom and pops cannot. For item 12, my thanks to Supervisors Kuehl and Solis for this item. As we know, our country's justice system has shown that it tilts in favor of certain races as well as in favor of those who have money. That is not equal and fair justice for all. Our most vulnerable communities need to be provided the same access to resources so that they can pursue justice. Please renew the contract and ensure that they have a stable funding. For item 23, the Sheriff's Department has shown that this board and the community that they operate as a dangerous gang with no regard for checks and balances to keep the community safe. Their budget has outfitted them to be in riot gear with lethal weaponry in the face of peaceful protesters, asking them to just stop killing people, something which has cost millions of dollars of wrongful death lawsuits. Imagine if we put that money towards providing body cameras for every officer, or maybe for helping the unhoused. For 62D, I'm grateful for everyone who has called in supporting this, as well as Supervisors Hahn and Solis asking to reevaluate the funding for AB 109. As many other people said, it is very concerning that 77% of this funding has gone to the sheriffs and for probation departments, and that just perpetuates the school-to-prison pipeline, jail reentry, and we need to divert those resources to alternatives to incarceration and supporting youth to stay out of jail. I will now speak on general public comment. I ask that the board provide support for Supervisor Solis' request for the $30 million of the CARE Act funding to reduce the spread of COVID-19 among our most vulnerable. My sister is unhoused in another city, but her story reflects many stories of people here having no assistance for her addiction and mental health, being bounced between shelters, rehab, and jail, being exposed to COVID at every turn, and having no one to help her to get housing or mental health help. We need to also cancel rent and other things that make that possible. I, like many others, have been furloughed from my job and am waiting on another job, but unfortunately, both of these jobs are dependent on Los Angeles' tourism, which cannot thrive during a pandemic. We need to pay people to stay at home. We need to cancel rent. This Sunday, I will receive my last unemployment amount, and I do not know what I am going to do after that. I am very afraid. I hope you all watched the video of a minor being hog-tied by LAPD and being evicted from a home in which she was seeking shelter. This is absolutely unacceptable. We need to stop criminalizing the homeless. We need to protect our most vulnerable. With DA Gascon, I'm very excited that we can move into a new era to help people and to become a better Los Angeles. Holly Mitchell, I'm very excited for you to be representing me. I voted you. I have my trust and faith in you, and I hope that you will all take this step in moving forward to make LA a better place for the most vulnerable, for all of us to succeed, for all of us to be healthy. And I thank you for listening.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Alberto Rios. Please state your agenda item, and if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Hi, good morning, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Alberto Rios, representing East LA Community Corporation in support of the Healthy LA platform. I'll be speaking on items 3, 13, and general public comment. Regarding item number 3, we want to thank Supervisors Solis and Kuehl for putting forth the motion to support restaurants and communities experiencing food insecurity, and ask that you extend this opportunity to street vendors who are suffering immensely during this time. The biggest obstacle has been health code compliant equipment and access to kitchens. This program could encourage restaurants to partner with street vendors to share their kitchens. We ask that you be creative with this program so that all small food entrepreneurs have the opportunity to move forward. For item number 13, East LA Community Corporation thanks Kuehl and Solis for the motion and ask that the supervisors extend protection until the end of the state of emergency with stronger anti-harassment measures. States who have lifted their eviction protections are experiencing increasing rates of eviction and death. And with LA County's numbers rising, you all must do everything in your power to keep people housed. As far as general public comment, while eviction protections and limited rental systems have helped temporarily, these measures do not go far enough to stabilize households, to control the spread of COVID-19 or facilitate economic recovery. At some point, the bill for unpaid rent will be due, and low-income tenants who are already severely rent-burdened and still without steady income will not be able to pay it back. They will end up homeless or stuck in a cycle of debt for years. So without federal action, the communities who sacrifice the most, seniors, undocumented, low-income, essential workers, people of color, will be the least protected and excluded from economic recovery, and will be the most vulnerable to eviction and death. So yes, we need relief for homeowners and small landlords, and you should be doing everything in your power to identify local funds, to pressure banks and state and federal governments. So please do not delay the cancellation of rent. It is within your powers now, and delaying this action will result in massive evictions and death. Please, we urge you to take action now and cancel the rent. Keep people housed, save lives. Information, cancel rent, cancel mortgage debt of homeowners and small landlords. Codify a right to counsel for tenants facing eviction, and stop the sweeps of unhoused neighbors' possessions and allocate funding to guarantee permanent supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Patricia Russell. Please state your agenda item, and if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Agenda item 13 and public comment, and welcome Holly Mitchell. I voted for you thank you to all the Board of Supervisors for the incredible work you're doing for the county and to help us get through this pandemic. Self-help, as a landlord, I rented out 2 rooms in my home in order to try to keep my home and pay the mortgage. And the gentleman used COVID as an excuse not to pay his rent because he did have the money. And he also became very abusive toward me. I called self-help and I asked for any kind of assistance and was told that only people that are tenants could get help from self-help. I'm a senior and I was subjected to cruelty and harassment and elder abuse for 5 months. And then he, thank God, finally left and went back to Georgia. And I was left with the rent that he owed was $8,200, including some of the damage that he did and the utilities. So I really hope that self-help can keep going, but I hope they can help small landlords too.
Thank you. You have 1 minute left to address general public comment. Please begin.
And I'd like to address the issue of LPS conservatorship. My son got off it over 2 years ago, and since then he's been in about, I'd say at least 15 emergency rooms. He's lost so much weight, 6'1", weighing 140 pounds, almost died many times. And as his mother, I can't get him the help that he needs because I have no authority any longer. There needs to be an adjustment to LPS conservatorship before my son dies, and other people like him who struggle with co-occurring disorders and do not have control over their impulses once they start using any kind of substance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Veronica Lewis. Please state your agenda item, and if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Veronica Lewis, the Director of HAPICS, Division of SSG. And I want to first start by welcoming Supervisor Holly Mitchell. We look forward to working with you in District 2 and look forward to your leadership to continue the efforts in our region. I'm speaking on item number 15 and item number 62D. We are the SPA 6 lead agency for homeless services for families and single adults, and we have over 20 contracts with LASA. I am speaking in favor of item 15 to address the contracting process. We have over $20 million in funding from LASA, and while I very much so appreciate the fact that LASA has grown significantly and expanded with all of the public investment that's been made into the issue of homelessness, I want to remind the board that alongside them, your provider partners like HAPICS have grown exponentially as well, inclusive of increased personnel, hiring over 150 staff alone in the last 5 years, increasing the amount of subcontractors that we have because that's our motto at HAPICS. We don't do it ourselves alone. We disperse the money. So we have several other smaller nonprofits that are relying on being paid on time, in addition to other operational costs and just a variety of things that has come with exponential growth that we've experienced as LASA has grown and our system as a whole has grown. And so I support the exploration of a way to ensure that our contracting is accurate in the first place, that unnecessary delays are addressed, and I think that master leasing may be the way to do that. When we have over $11 million of receivables, how are we expected to function? How are we expected to pay our subcontractors and pay our staff without having to incur interest-bearing lines of credit or interest-bearing loans? I just don't think it's appropriate for the providers to take the brunt of this while everybody else figures it out. And so thank you to Supervisor Hahn and Barker for figuring out a way to have the county push to fix this quickly. And I want to say that we are strong partners in terms of the homeless services system. We are doing everything we can, but I think we have reached a point where we need something
Your
to be
time
done
has
at this
expired.
level.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Hassan Zungina. Please state your agenda item, and if you're addressing general public comment, your line is open.
Please begin. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Stevie Shaw. Please state your agenda item, and if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please begin.
Okay. I'm calling on behalf of the Los Angeles Tenants Union as a member of the Hollywood Local Chapter to speak on item number 13 and general public comment. With respect to item number 13, encourage you to adopt and strengthen this and to include anti-harassment. I myself was threatened with arrest for trespassing in my own building. I was threatened with a lawsuit by my landlord. As a member of the Tenants Union, we see illegal landlord lockouts almost daily, particularly in Boyle Heights and South Central. This is an issue, like everything, that impacts Black, Indigenous, and other people of color at a disproportionate rate in terms of illegal evictions, in terms of just all of the harassment that landlords are using as a tactic when people don't have money to pay rent. So I will echo the many, many callers who have asked that we cancel rent. We need to have the eviction moratorium extended throughout the duration of the pandemic, which who knows when that will be, and honestly, at least 6 months past it. And again, increase fines and penalties for landlords that harass tenants and violate the county's emergency tenant protection.
You have 1 minute left to address general public comment. Please begin.
Regarding general public comment, I also support CARES First. I don't know what agenda item that is, and I'm so sorry, but a CARE First budget. And I just want to say that I understand there's a transition of power that's happening, but the LA County that you're talking about on this congratulatory 90 minutes of self-congratulatory speech really does not match the 67,000 folks that we have experiencing homelessness right now. The fact that our hotels are at 20% capacity and we want to cheer about Project Room Key while we have 4 people a day dying on our streets. So we have a massive tsunami of evictions on the horizon. I do understand, again, there was a transition of power. Welcome. Let's get going. And the way that this call is conducted makes it very difficult for people to be able to give public comment. I've been on the phone for 3 hours now, and you can probably hear the ocean in the background because I had time to drive all the way to the beach while listening to also 35 minutes of silence. I don't know if you realize that your callers had to listen to that. So we
Thank
are
you.
in
Your
a
time
state
has
of
expired.
emergency.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Rosa Soto. Please state your agenda item, and if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Rosa Soto, Executive Director of LAC-USC Medical Center. First, I want to recognize Madam Chair Solis for her appointment today as Chair and Supervisor Holly Mitchell. The Foundation is a backbone organization for the Health Innovation Community Partnership, a community collaborative established in 2017 by the Board of Supervisors to identify community benefits and development efforts on and surrounding LAC-USC Medical Center. Item number 6 awards a year contract to Job Developer to increase local hiring efforts within our development projects underway in our Healthy Village. Jobs that can be filled by local residents and communities surrounding the campus. The partnership, working with county and community partners and residents, have inspired aspirational goals beyond the county's current requirement. So this job developer can establish a long-term pipeline for partners in the local community and a system for regional impact to build on these projects and meet aspirational goals. We ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Andres Zuniga. Please state your agenda item, and if you're addressing general public comment.
Yes, my name is Andres Zuniga. I am addressing support for item 62D, general public comment. Good morning, esteemed Board of Supervisors, and special commendation to Supervisor Hahn and Solis for their leadership on this paramount motion that promises to serve our AB 109 population more effectively and calls for a more representative PSRT. My name is Andres Zuniga, and I am a reentry pre-employment specialist for the Center for Living and Learning, a staff steering committee member, and a service provider serving individuals with housing, employment, and reentry services for the AB 109 program. I am also serving as the voice of lived experience, and we are here today in solid support for item 62D, restructuring the public safety realignment team. For the past several years, our county has demonstrated a favorable shift in criminal justice diversion. Starting with AB 109, we have experienced our county steadily implement departments and programs like the Office of Diversion and Reentry, and more recent, the Alternatives to Incarceration Initiative. All this has exemplified what our communities are exacting and the fitting direction
Thank
our
you.
county is
1 minute
taking,
left to address general public comment. Please begin.
which is the care first, jail last perspective. And more importantly, what is in the best interest and what will manifest to be most beneficial for individuals of our communities affected by our criminal justice system. This motion indicates suitable improvements to our AB 109 program, required improvements to a program that has already demonstrated favorable and even more promising results with this motion restructuring proposals. On behalf of Center for Living and Learning and LARP, and serving as a voice for my peers, we all look forward to the revision and restructuring of AB 109 program to mirror our collaborative concerns on alternatives to incarceration, diversion programs, substance abuse programs, mental health treatment, housing, restorative justice programs, and community-based services. I wish everyone well, and please continue to maintain safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Gary Ossie. Please state your agenda item, and if you'll be addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. This is Gary Busse. I will speak on all the agenda items. Congratulations on your robust future at the County Board of Supervisors as I sit outside the Hall of Administration. And I'm very impressed to hear the Care First program. I'm certainly glad to know that the county is spending $100 million a day, and we are moving forward in a very robust manner on a lot of these programs. We were up to $36 billion in the budget, and it seems that we are just having a wonderful time with all the heavy lifting. I'm certainly not looking forward to any tsunamis coming. That's a natural effect. And we should also look into earthquake prevention. It would be really grand if the county issued some 5 signature letters to the state legislature regarding the excess funding from the funds that were allocated by the federal government this past March for the COVID or corona or novel coronavirus, whichever way you want to look at it. You have enough time to read a book. But it would be grand if they allocated some of the excess funds. There's only been one payment of like $1,000 to people. It would be really grand if they use some of the excess funds, maybe do some major cleanup work, like for the funds that are needed for the Exide debacle in East LA, and maybe even use some of the funds for allocating towards the high-speed transportation bill. They have no money to build that train, and it would be really grand if maybe the county looked into reevaluating CEQA. It's based on, I believe, Metro's 10-year plan. We need to allocate some revisiting of CEQA laws because as we tear down all these buildings...
Madam Chair, that now concludes the 1 hour of public comment testimony.
Why even mention it? Okay, very good. Thank you very much to everyone that was able to join us on our public comment. I did want to clarify for folks that item number 13 has been sent back to the author's office for further review. So that will not be voted on, just for clarification. So with that, our time for public speakers, as you know, has ended. I want to thank everyone again for calling in. And if you have any desire to submit any written comments, please do so. We'll continue to accept all those written comments that come in during the meeting, which will all become a part of our public record. So with that, I'd like to turn to items 9. Madam Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting, and which will also be voting to approve the nomination of Supervisor Mitchell as Chair Pro Tem.
The following items are before you. Items SD 1, 1D through 5D, 1F, 1 through 4, 5 with the noted extensions, 6 through 12, 14, 17 through 20, 23 through 61, 62A through 62F, Also before you is the approval of the Chair Pro Tem nomination.
Okay, very good. Moved by Supervisor Kuehl and seconded by me, Supervisor Solis, to approve these items and the nomination of Supervisor Mitchell as Chair Pro Tem. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Mitchell.
Mitchell, aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Those items are all approved, and congratulations again, Supervisor Mitchell as Chair Pro Tem. Members, we're going to be going through our items that we have set item S1, and then items 15, 16, and finishing up with public hearing item number 65. So with that, we will turn to the set item, the public health order, and we'll begin with this set matter and hear from our public health officer. And this is an opportunity for the board also to discuss the closures and pandemic trends occurring. And I'd like to ask Dr. Ferrer to please provide an update, followed by Dr. Christina Galley, and they can start their remarks, and then I will call upon members, and I'll start by asking questions myself, and then we'll go in whatever order members would like to be heard. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ferrer.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis, and I did want to start my remarks today by congratulating you on becoming chair of the board. This is a critical time for the county as we face the worst surge we've ever seen in the pandemic. With your leadership and commitment to improving health and well-being, particularly for our frontline workers and our most vulnerable residents, we're ready to recommit and double down on the actions we'll need to take to make progress in stopping the spread of the virus. There is the promise of vaccines in the coming year, and that's a light at the end of a long tunnel, but only if we work together to get there. We've seen your determination and forthright action on so many issues, such as the cleanup of the environmental contamination in Exide, as well as your commitment to acting on health equity principles. We're energized about the vision you bring and your ideas for addressing public health challenges and making sure that everyone in our county has the resources and opportunities needed for optimal well-being. I also want to thank Supervisor Barger for your steadfast leadership as chair this past year as we responded to the devastating COVID pandemic, and your Herculean efforts to fight for the resources we needed for a sustained emergency response. We all benefited greatly from, and we appreciated your strong stewardship in declaring the public health emergency and throughout this crisis. Our entire team thanks you and your staff for supporting the myriad of response activities. And I join all others in welcoming Supervisor Holly Mitchell as the new 2nd District Supervisor. It's a privilege for me to work with an historic all-female board of the largest county in the nation, and I'm so honored to benefit from your deep commitment to addressing the root causes of health inequities. Whether you've been fighting to improve the lives of families and children, seeking better lives for those experiencing homelessness, pursuing criminal justice reform, or battling systemic discrimination and racism that marginalizes so many members of our communities, you exemplify for me compassion and grit in getting the job done. As a state senator, you led efforts to improve conditions for people to be healthy, and in particular, we were blessed to have you support all of the work around reducing maternal and infant mortality outcomes that disproportionately affected African American women and their children. On behalf of our department, we look forward to working with you to help confront the worst public health crisis of our lifetimes and to lifting up an agenda that provides optimal health for all residents in LA County. I wanted to start today and provide 3 updates. The first is just where are we today on our metrics that really mark how we're experiencing COVID-19 in our county. Then I provide a very brief summary of the state's stay-at-home order and the modifications to our own county health officer order that went into effect Sunday night. And then lastly, I'll provide an update on vaccination planning. As everyone knows, this is an extraordinarily difficult time for us in the COVID-19 pandemic. We continue to see record numbers and devastating numbers of daily cases and hospitalizations. Today, we're going to report out that our case count, new cases, is 8,547. Just as a point here, on Sunday, we saw over 10,000 cases. And we anticipate continuing to see these very high numbers of cases now as we're moving into a reflection of actions people took over the Thanksgiving week holiday. If you look back to November 1st through just till the end of November, you'll see that our case count has increased by 267%. And that doesn't include this first devastating week in December. These case counts are unlike any we've ever seen in our county, and they explain why the activities we were able to do just a few weeks ago now present just way too much risk for virus transmission. Your chances of becoming infected are so much higher when 1 in 100 people are likely to be infected, which is where we are now, than when 1 in 750 people were infected at the beginning of November. Our test positivity rates have also continued to climb, and today we'll be reporting the daily average of 12.4%. As our cases are increasing, we're also seeing the distressing increases in the number of people who are suffering and seriously ill from COVID-19. From November 9th all the way through to the beginning in December, the average daily hospitalizations of people with COVID-19 increased 213%. And today's number of people in the hospital has now passed 3,000. We're at 3,113. I know you can all remember just a while ago at the beginning of November when our case counts were still about 1,500 people in the hospital on a given day. As hospitalizations are increasing sharply, not only is our capacity at hospitals becoming a concern, but also increased cases in the community have directly translated to higher numbers of cases among our healthcare workers. This past week, alarmingly, we reported an additional 1,745 cases of COVID-19 among our healthcare workers. This is more than twice what we reported the week before, and it's the highest weekly number we've ever reported. As our hospitalizations increase, unfortunately, not far behind are the increases we see in people passing away. And our hearts go out to the now 8,000 people who lost their lives and to their families and loved ones from COVID-19. That is a milestone we reached this morning with 64 new deaths here across the county. Again, we extend our condolences to everyone who's grieving and wish everyone peace and healing. On Sunday night at 11:59 p.m., the state's new stay-at-home order went into effect for the entire Southern California region. And this is because regional available adult ICU intensive care unit capacity fell below 15% of available beds. Today, the state will be reporting that our adjusted regional capacity is at 10.1%. And again, this is an adjustment that the state makes, not only looking at how many adult ICU beds are available, but what percent of patients in the ICU are in fact there because they're COVID-19 positive. The state threshold is they'd like to only have 30% of patients in the ICU be there because they're COVID positive. If you're above that 30%, you essentially have an adjustment that's made to your ICU bed capacity to reflect that your ICU beds are in fact disproportionately occupied by patients with COVID-19. And as we all know, there are many other people who have emergency and urgent situations that require that they too have an available and staffed ICU bed to help them recover from their illness. The order is in effect for 3 weeks, and we've obviously updated the LA County Health Officer order to align with the state's order. The stay-at-home order does require the following: that all residents need to stay at home except for essential and permitted activities and or to provide or access essential services. Outdoor recreation with members of your household is allowed and actually encouraged for people to do during this difficult time because we know that it provides opportunities for people to engage in both physical and emotional well-being. However, whenever you're out of your home, you need to wear a face covering over your nose and your mouth and keep distance of at least 6 feet at all times from anyone not in your household. Gatherings of any size are prohibited except for worship services and political expression, which continue to be allowed outdoors as long as people are wearing face coverings and distancing. Schools that have previously reopened for either high-needs students or through the waiver program can, at their own choosing, remain open. And retail and lodging entities are not permitted to accept out-of-state, non-essential reservations unless the reservation is for a minimum period of quarantine, which now is 10 days or ideally 14 days. And that person needs to be able to quarantine at that lodging site for the entire quarantine period. So if you look at our order, there are some businesses that remain open. And those include all essential critical infrastructure. That includes government, healthcare, courts, food and agriculture production, communications, and essential manufacturing. Grocery stores, retail stores, and shopping centers remain open, all at 20%, except for standalone grocery stores, where the principal business activity is the sale of food, and they may operate at 35% capacity. Restaurants are open for takeout and delivery. Outdoor fitness facilities are open, again, with distancing and masking required at all times. Parks and trails are open. Daycare and schools are open. Healthcare facilities, including clinics and dental offices, and everyone should continue to seek any needed health care. Businesses that must temporarily suspend operations include card rooms, wineries, breweries, and distilleries, except for retail, museums, botanical gardens, zoos, and aquariums, all personal care, including hair salons, barbershops, and nail salons, all playgrounds, and all family entertainment centers. We do hope that this new stay-at-home order gives us an opportunity to place a pause on all non-essential activities that increase the risk of transmitting the virus so that we're able to get the surge under control. The most important action we can each take to stop the surge is to stay home as much as possible. Please, as we watch these numbers go to levels we've never seen before here in our county, I do ask everyone to make it their mission to do their part to prevent further transmission of the virus and to abide by all of the safety modifications that are in place. I now want to, per Supervisor Hahn's countywide coordination of vaccine distribution motion that was passed by this board on November 24th, I want to now update the board on our vaccination planning for the county. This is a set matter now that we'll be reporting on at every board meeting. As everybody knows, we are really pleased and excited by the news that we are likely to see approval later this week on our first vaccine that can become available under an emergency use authorization for distribution across the country. During the initial phases of vaccine allocation, the supply of vaccine is expected to be limited while the need will be high. Our initial allocation is anticipated to be 84,000 doses, and we are hopeful that with, again, approval this week, that we can begin to see that vaccine supply come into our county next week. However, because there's not sufficient supply, vaccine eligibility will be determined by phases of prioritization that have been developed by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention through their Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices. It's called ACIP, as well as guidance that's developed by the California Department of Public Health. Local planning is essential to assist in the implementation based on our current status and trends of transmission across this entire county. We want to start by just letting folks know that right now we are in what is called Phase 1A. And as folks know, there are some guiding principles that we're all adhering to for the distribution of vaccine during Phase 1A. The goal is obviously to decrease death and serious disease, to preserve functioning of necessary healthcare services and the larger society, to reduce the additional burden the disease is having on people already facing healthcare and income inequities. The principles that guide the distribution in 1A are to maximize benefits and minimize harms, to respect and care for people using the best available data to promote public health and minimize death and severe illness. The second principle is to mitigate health inequities and reduce the health disparities in the burden of COVID-19 disease and death, and make sure everyone has the opportunity to be as healthy as possible. The third principle is to promote justice, treat affected groups, populations, and communities fairly, remove unfair, unjust, and avoidable barriers to COVID-19 vaccination. And the last principle is to promote transparency. Make a decision that is clear, understandable, and open for review. We're going to allow and seek public participation in the creation and the review of the allocations and distributions of vaccines. In addition to these guiding values, there are additional important operational considerations. This includes efficient targeting, maximum coverage, so that in fact we get as many people who need to be vaccinated, and what we call minimum leakage. We don't really want to be wasting any of the limited supply of vaccine we have. In LA County, because in 1A, the prioritization is for healthcare workers and for people that are residing in our long-term care facilities. We have been working on distributing this initial dose to our acute care hospitals. Again, it's about 84,000 doses. And we will be working with all of the healthcare facilities to make sure that they also have an ability to prioritize by risk of exposure the allocation within their facilities. There's not enough in this initial allocation to vaccinate all of the healthcare workers at all of the acute care hospitals, which will be the first priority, what we call Tier 1 under this Section 1A. We will then receive our second allocation of vaccine, hopefully by December 21st. That is the date that the federal government is anticipating sending out the second round. And the prioritization in the second round is going to be to make sure that all of the residents and the staff at skilled nursing facilities are vaccinated. Ideally, that will happen through a turnkey process that the federal government has set up with contracts with CVS and with Walgreens to be the administrator for vaccinations at all long-term care facilities. But should that not get turned on in time, when we receive our second allocation, we will put aside enough vaccine, and we have created strike teams that will make sure that we are able to move quickly to start the process of vaccinating everybody at the skilled nursing facilities. And then obviously we work our way down to all healthcare facilities, healthcare workers, and residents of long-term care facilities. That will, of course, be supported by these contracts with Walgreens and with CVS for the long-term care facilities. We'll work on this. This will include making sure in this first group of prioritization that it's not just acute care hospitals, but we immediately also do vaccinations at psychiatric hospitals, EMS, healthcare worker personnel, and as I said, long-term care residents and staff. We'll move our way down then to places including dialysis centers, infusion centers, intermediate care sites, substance use disorder and mental health residential facilities, clinical and field workers from public health that actually will be vaccinators, primary care clinics and federally qualified health centers, community health workers that are participating in vaccination efforts, home health care and in-home supportive services, and healthcare workers at pharmacies. We will then further move down into what we call Tier 3, which includes all clinical laboratories, imaging centers, and specialty clinics, including all outpatient substance use disorder and mental health clinics. Our hope would be by the end of January, we've received enough vaccine here in the county that we have completed phase 1A, but again, the unknown is how quickly allocations will get out into our field. The distribution mechanisms for 1A have already been secured, so really 1A will move efficiently with, again, the receipt of appropriate dosage. The federal plan now is for perhaps a third allocation at the end of December, and then weekly allocations. These are all pro rata allocations throughout the upcoming new year. I think I just wanted to close my remarks by, again, thanking the board for their tremendous leadership. I know how difficult and challenging, particularly the past few weeks have been, and my entire team and I are grateful for all of your support and your leadership. I also want to thank the team at the Department of Public Health, who really have been now working nonstop for over 10 months. And often, sort of buried behind all of these remarks is a whole bunch of work that people are doing here, 7 days a week to make sure that we're able to both provide everyone with good information, but also help make sure that we're charting a path forward that will reduce, severe illness and obviously death from this very devastating pandemic. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions. And I'm also going to be joined for the questions with Dr. Davis, our health officer.
Thank you, Dr. Ferrer. What I'd like to do is allow for Dr. Galley to speak also, and then we can open it up to questions. And so if I can have Dr. Galley please join us.
Yes, thank you, supervisors, and good afternoon. Greetings to the whole board, but also my thanks to Supervisor Barger for her leadership this past year, as well as congratulations to you, Madam Chair, on your coming into the chair role, and a warm welcome to Supervisor Holly Mitchell. I'll provide a brief update today on the countywide hospital status and then look a little bit more deeply at the hospital status within DHS. And then I'll touch briefly on testing, and then I'm happy to address any questions. As Dr. Ferrer just mentioned, hospitals are now exceeding 3,100, with still consistently a third of those patients in the intensive care units or ICUs. This is far above the peak that we experienced in July, where it was in the low 2000s. And we anticipate that hospitalizations will continue to rise as we are just now seeing the impact of Thanksgiving holiday-related travel and interactions. Last week in my public comments, I shared that based on our hospital bed demand model, we projected that new daily hospitalizations within 1 week, which would be right now, could range between 275 and 500. And unfortunately, I'm sorry to say we are at the very upper end of that range with new daily cases that are nearing 500. And as a result, we are projecting now that these numbers could reach as high as 700 within another week. That's 700 new daily COVID hospitalizations each day. These trends all assume constant transmission, but once we do factor in the intermingling that took place over the Thanksgiving holiday, we anticipate that new daily cases could extend even higher over the coming few weeks. In terms of monitoring hospital volume, 911 receiving hospitals, there's 70 of those in the county that operate emergency departments, are all pulled on a daily basis by DHS's EMS agency. Yesterday, hospitals reported 1,194 available beds. That includes all bed types except for NICU, except for neonatal intensive care unit beds, and 157 available non-NICU ICU beds. As a reminder, when we poll hospitals, we're asking them for the currently available beds that are ready to accept a patient right now. And these numbers, as a result, may not align with other characterizations of potential future hospital staffing capacity. Notably, the available beds is higher than what we had previously reported. Last week, I reported numbers that were in the low 100s. And this shows, despite the fact that COVID ICU hospitalizations are up, that hospitals are doing their work to free up beds and to also staff new beds. Hospitals are experiencing very high volumes in their emergency departments as well as in their inpatient units. Ambulance patient offload times are elevated across the system, and this does put strain on the EMS system. As of yesterday, 74% of the county's 911 receiving hospitals were on diversion to ALS, Advanced Life Support, at some point yesterday. This is not BLS, Basic Life Support ambulance transports, and it doesn't impact specialized ambulance transports such as trauma, STEMI, or heart attacks or strokes. And typical diversion rates, just for comparison, in the county run around 10 to 15%. EMS agency, through its role as the Medical Health Operational Area Coordinator among the hospitals in Los Angeles County, submit all requests for staffing and supplies to the state for state and federal assistance. We have had in the county 12 hospitals, including all 4 DHS hospitals, as well as 8 others, have submitted for additional staffing in the past couple of weeks. The state, as they announced Monday, has new contracts with registries and anticipates being able to provide additional staffing in the ICUs in the coming days, but we remain unclear how many numbers they'll be able to provide. EMS will offer also to coordinate transfers through their medical alert center. To help offload county hospitals and non-county private hospitals, DHS continues to support all of them through the county's QI, quarantine and isolation program, for patients that are ready for discharge but don't have a safe place to go. And this is an important lever that's available to help patients have a safe place to go so that they're not occupying a bed any longer than necessary. I'll turn now just to brief discussion on the DHS hospitals. Within the 4 county-operated public hospitals, we are currently caring for 232 COVID patients, 75 of whom are in the ICU as of this morning. We have 156 available staffed medical surgical beds and 13 ICU beds. We are actively redeploying staff from outpatient areas across the county and have submitted, as I mentioned, for additional resources from the state. We have halted non-essential surgeries if they are anticipated to result in an inpatient stay or if they required the use of staff that we needed to redeploy. As with virtually all hospitals, the issue, I would say, is staff. We have multiple designated overflow areas physically situated across the hospitals, and these have the supplies and equipment needed to care for patients, but the issue is staffing. Also, just to close on testing, demand has increased across the county for testing, but slots are still available at many of the county, city, and state-operated testing sites, as well as those operated by private partners. The county, as you know, launched the delivery of home testing collection kits. And since Friday, we've mailed out over 6,000, almost 7,000 kits. This presents another option for people who need to seek testing and aren't able to go easily to a county or community-based testing site. We're working on various website enhancements to make it easier to access and also launching non-English languages in the near future. We're also working toward launch of mobile testing, with the first site set to launch in the Antelope Valley later this week, and with other sites to follow soon after that. I will close and happy to answer questions, but just want to close with thanking all of the healthcare workers across the county, both those within the Department of Health Services, as well as those within all other entities and organizations. They've shown a lot of perseverance and compassion and grit over the last 9 months in very trying situations, and I'm very grateful for their continued work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Galley and Dr. Ferrer. I want to recognize myself for a few comments, and I have also a motion that I want to bring forward. So again, thank you both and your teams and Dr. Davis. We thought that the final surge was maybe behind us, but here we are again now and seeing something that's even more significant than we ever could have imagined. And as a county, we are responsible for administering the safety net programs and our county hospital system, and we have a responsibility to help relieve that pain. So I first of all want to thank all our nurses, doctors, custodial staff, and others who are doing that work every single day out in the field and in our hospitals and our clinics. Now more than ever, more patients need to be seen. And tragically, we know that many of our healthcare workers are also getting COVID-19 at a higher rate. Weekly COVID-19 cases among healthcare workers increased 71% since the first week of November. And something that we all know, we've seen the images of the ICU nurses holding the hands of patients struggling to breathe. You know, these are truly our heroes, and we really need to rally around them. We can do this best by abiding by the restrictions that are being put in place, wearing our masks at all time, and making sure that we restrict our exposure to other people, including those that don't live in our households. These restrictions are not in place just to control residents. They're in place to ensure that we bring down that curve and we don't impact our hospitals unnecessarily. This is very critical as we move forward through this very high rate of COVID contraction. And we know that we also are faced with having to deal with some of our patients that need to receive other medical care, some that right now may be suffering from heart attacks, strokes, or in a car accident. So we also have to realize that there are limited resources, and we have to be very, very particular how we utilize those resources. You know, last few days, I was shaken by hearing the news, as many of you heard on Sunday, that we had over 10,528 cases in just one day. I was blown away by that number. And the countywide adjusted death rate is now 71.69 per 100,000 residents. But in some of our districts, like the first district, our rate is 90.66 per 100,000 residents. So we have a long way to go and a lot more things that we need to do. And therefore, you know, I give kudos to our staff, to Dr. Ferrer, your team, as well as Dr. Galley and Dr. Davis, on how we move forward, because now with some relief, I hope coming soon with the vaccines, that we really step up our ante and make sure that we learn the lessons that we did from testing earlier and expand that safety net to really reach out to those disparate communities that are in need of assistance as well. So we can't leave anyone behind. Therefore, I have this read-in motion that I'd like to present, and that is, and this is a motion that I'm taking up today. And Supervisor Kuhl, I want to thank you also for joining me as a co-author. And it reads as follows. We therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Chief Executive Office and the Department of Public Health to report back at the first board meeting on January 2021 regarding Los Angeles County's funding needs for the COVID-19 vaccine administration, with a specific focus on the following: messaging campaign, which raises awareness of the availability of the vaccine, provides multilingual and culturally sensitive messaging regarding the safety of the vaccine and identification of various ways to access the vaccine. The vaccine distribution logistics to support community access, which focuses on distribution infrastructure and networks, and community engagement, which supports efforts to proactively engage vulnerable communities who may be initially resistant to the idea of a rapidly developed vaccine. So I will stop there. That is my motion. And I want to recognize Supervisor Barger, because she also has a motion before us. And then after that, I will recognize Supervisor Hahn. And if there's any other amendments to motions, then I will recognize, I believe, Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you. So in that order, Supervisor Barger.
Me too, Madam Chair, if you would.
Yes, and Supervisor Kuhl, yes. Okay, so let's go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few questions, and I really appreciate Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Galley, the work that you and your team are doing. I mean, this is, a Herculean event that we are all trying to get our arms around. And I know that the hospitalization is a real issue in terms of capacity. But what percentage of those that are testing positive end up being hospitalized? I know it's a third end up in the ICU, but what percentage of the overall positives are ending up in the hospital?
This is
Hello?
Dr. Galley. Dr. Davis, did you want to answer that?
Recently, the last 2 months, it's been running slightly below 10% of patients. The state average is 12% of cases are ending up in the hospital. We've been slightly lower in the last couple of months. We were up at about 12% up until November, and now it's looking like we're seeing about 10% of our cases end up at some point in the hospital, with the average length of stay between 5 and 7 days. For again, that's an average. Lots of variability there, but that gives us a good way to understand why, when we look at these case numbers, we know that at some point we're going to have these big increases at the hospitals, because that data is, easily tracked and available to us. So, it's running about 10%.
So that actually, and that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, is that tracking pretty consistent throughout the epidemic as it relates to the testing? Has it been tracking at about 10%? Or
oh no, it was much higher at the beginning. So because we all remember, we were not allowing most people to get tested at the beginning. So we had only people with really at the beginning serious illness. I mean, we were averaging up 20%, 25% of people getting tested at the beginning ended up in the hospital. That's why I'm saying it's really helpful to look at this in sort of different chunks of time, depending on our testing capacity. As we've been able to allow people without symptoms, people who are asymptomatic, to be tested, we've definitely seen a decline, as you noted, Supervisor.
And so of those, what is the demographics of those that are ending up in the ICU? Because I know early on, Dr. Ferrer, it was, a lot of skilled nursing facilities. Mm-hmm. Are we tracking that to see where we can target as it relates to high risk?
Yeah, I mean, I can send you, every couple of weeks we update a report on who's in the hospital and what do we know about people in the hospital. I want to say that the vast majority of people who are hospitalized, over 50% of them end up with having an underlying health condition. I think the percentage is much higher for the people who are in the ICUs, but I'd be happy to get you the most recent copy of that report because it looks at a whole host of what are those underlying health conditions that most contribute to being a person that needs care in the ICU.
Great, and I know that that skilled nursing facilities, as it relates to testing, we're still on track with the robust testing at our skilled nursing facilities? Okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we actually, we've issued a new order at our skilled nursing facilities. The state requires weekly testing at skilled nursing facilities. We require that all staff get tested twice a week now because, as soon as we saw the increases in cases among staff and residents at SNFs, we just asked that they go ahead and now test everyone twice a week. The faster we identify who's positive there, the better chance we have of trying to contain spread. So they have to test now twice a week. And 10% of residents and any place that has an outbreak, and at the SNFs, an outbreak is just one positive resident case. Once you have that, you have to test all your residents.
So on the regional, I'm sorry, Dr. Galley, do you want to say something?
Oh, no, sorry.
So on the region, the Southern California regional capacity, I know it's dipped below 10. And on Sunday, you had sent us, in terms of capacity, 10%. And on Sunday, you sent us something to say that LA County was at 18% capacity, which I know we're looking at the whole county versus, I know White Memorial right now is at full capacity. Are we still, where are we in terms of that 18%?
So where the state is going to post today, 10.1% is the regional ICU capacity. It dropped. It's been, it was 10.1%, I think, on Sunday. Then it dropped yesterday. It dropped 10.1% on Sunday, 10.9% on Sunday, 10.1% yesterday. Again, we get these numbers. I mean, we don't have the official number for today, but we're going to stay in or about the 10% range, I'm sure. The interesting thing about the state calculation, which is why it's slightly different from ours, is we just look at what's available in the ICU. And I want to thank Dr. Galley because I think she did a good explanation of saying why we sometimes have more capacity in both hospital beds and maybe ICU beds is because hospitals have started shifting. But what the state does is it doesn't just take the available, and these are available staffed adult ICU beds into account. It also looks at the proportion of your overall ICU beds that are occupied by folks with COVID-19. And for our county, it's about 40%. Maybe, I don't know today's number. I just know what the weekend's number was. And that number, then it gets used to make adjustments because the state actually wants the ICU beds that are occupied by patients with COVID-19 to be at or under 30% so that you're preserving capacity in the ICUs for all the other emergency and urgent needs of other patients. If your capacity, which for most of Southern California, obviously they're like us, if your the percent of patients that are COVID-19 positive in the ICU exceeds that 30%, like it does for us, you get an adjustment that's like a penalty, which is what's driving down our rate. We just finally got the rates from the state yesterday, and using that adjustment, they give us 11% available bed capacity for the county as a whole, even though if we just look at straight bed availability, we have more because we're over that threshold of 30% of the beds being occupied by patients with COVID-19.
So at what point would the percentage get trigger elective versus non-elective surgeries? And I don't even know. This is going to be a stupid question, and I don't know who.
It's not at all.
But even in terms of that, of the ICU, how many of those? I mean, when you have elective surgery, do you end up in the ICU, or? I mean, I'm just trying to understand that part of it.
The term elective is a little bit of a misnomer, I think, because we all think of elective surgery as surgery you don't need. It actually usually refers to surgeries that are scheduled ahead of time, some of which you absolutely do need. You need a stent, you need a valve replacement. So I think, I think a lot of people are walking around thinking elective surgery is like that plastic surgery that you absolutely don't need. And there are some surgeries you might not need. And as Dr. Galley mentioned, you're certainly able to postpone without creating any risk. Those are the surgeries that, hospitals will move most quickly to reschedule for later dates when we're not in the middle of the surge. I know you've seen, there's been a couple of governors across the country that have ordered their hospitals to stop elective surgeries. Our governor has not. I think we've been working really closely. I want to thank again Dr. Galley and the folks at EMS to make sure that our hospitals are in fact taking steps both to decompress and to start rescheduling those surgeries that don't need to happen. But we don't have a threshold. There's not a particular number that we anticipate hitting that would then have the governor, for example, say, when you hit that threshold, hospitals are all going to be told they have to cancel what's considered elective surgeries. I think we're working more closely with the hospitals and making sure that we have these adjustments. The hospitals have been great partners for us, and as I think Dr. Galley noted, they've already started going ahead and making sure that they can maintain as much capacity as possible. I don't know, Dr. Galley, if you want to also talk to this.
Yeah, just briefly. So Supervisor, good questions. In response to your question, Whether or not someone needs an ICU bed after a non-essential surgery really varies with the surgery. And, there's, just to make broad generalizations, obviously it can vary even within this, but if someone is having a neurosurgical surgery or they're having a surgery on their heart or their lungs, there is often an ICU stay that happens after that surgical procedure. Whereas if someone is having an orthopedic surgery or a more general surgery on their abdomen, they may not typically require an ICU stay, but they would stay on a regular ward bed after their surgery. So it really does vary, and obviously there's always even exceptions to that. What we within DHS have done is we have stopped all non-essential surgeries in two conditions. Obviously, if they're essential, they're moving forward. But non-essential surgeries that are anticipated to result in any inpatient stay, regardless of whether or not that's ICU or a med-surg ward stay, because we need the beds and we need the staffing that would staff those beds. And then also we're canceling procedures if the staff that needed to be involved in the procedure are some of the staff that have the appropriate ICU training that they could be redeployed to the intensive care units. And I know a lot of hospitals are looking at this the same way. Dr. Ferrer mentioned that there's not planned at this point to be a blanket order to cancel, but I know many hospitals are looking at it and they will do everything they can to balance the safety and the needs of patients who do have needs for different types of surgeries and procedures, while also balancing their on-the-ground reality about how many COVID patients they need to care for.
Got it. All right. Well, I appreciate your answer to these questions, because I think that it's very confusing as it relates to ICUs, and the takeaway I get is that we have done a good job as it relates to the fact that early on with the therapeutics, because early on the percentage of those ending up in ICU was far higher, and we're now down to 10%, but still the 10% is problematic as it relates to capacity in our hospitals. So I feel like
it's really 10% are ending up in the hospital. And of those,
sorry, in the hospitalization, hospitalization, and a third of that ends up in ICU. But I think that the story to be told is that, in fact, we have made progress. And now with the vaccine coming, we cannot let our guard down. And there is no question that if you fall into that category of high risk, you should limit your exposure when at all possible. And I think that that's been something we've consistently said, and we should continue to say, which leads me into the motion that Supervisor Solis and I have brought in today, and it relates to super spreaders. We know that these large parties that are taking place are problematic. Many of the people that come there are not practicing social distancing, are not wearing masks, and in fact are in putting the community in jeopardy. Because as they leave, we've had some events that have had as many as 1,000 guests come, and then when they leave, they go home and they could give it to their loved one, they could give it to their grandparents. And you've talked about this extensively, Dr. Ferrer, in terms of the impact this is having on increased numbers. So Supervisor Solis and I have a motion, and I won't read the whole preamble, or do I don't know if I have to, but I'll just, since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, LA County has focused resources on educating in the community, enforcing local health orders designed to slow the spread of the virus. There has been a distinct focus on the regulations within public spaces, including restaurants, breweries, parks, churches, etc. To date, there's been little focus on targeting underground events that have been identified as potential super spreaders throughout the community. These events are commonly advertised on social media and require a network of organizers to identify locations and host paid entry. In response to such an event planning, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department continues to monitor social media chatter to identify locations and conduct appropriate surveillance for enforcement. Palmdale Sheriff's Station became aware of an underground event being advertised on Instagram to take place within the city of Palmdale on December 7th. Previous incidents reported on the news revealed that the parties tend to involve drugs, alcohol, and prostitution, with adults and juveniles in attendance. This event was expected to be attended by 500 to 1,000 guests at a vacant location that had been broken into. The host of these parties was identified as a 17-year-old minor who was the same organizer of a large event in Pomona 2 weeks prior. As a result of the Palmdale operation, the department made 158 arrests, recovered 3 firearms, and rescued the rescue of 1 at-risk juvenile. The county's safer at home orders call for people not to gather at all with others from outside their own household. These events are being hosted in direct violation of these orders without consequences while business owners continue to change the course to adapt to changing regulations. In response to these events and their potential link to higher transmission rates of the virus within the community, the sheriff will continue coordination in the events to enforce. We therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the CEO to identify resources to support the Sheriff's Department's efforts to crack down on super spreader events in direct violation with the county health orders and provide monthly status updates. And I'd also like to just say to my colleagues that we're looking at this on a reimbursement basis. I understand there have been some concerns, but we need to really focus on these parties that are taking place in the communities, and law enforcement needs to work with public health. And I know, Supervisor Mitchell, you have an amendment to our motion, and I'm happy to entertain that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Mitchell, did you want to present your adjoining modification to the motion?
Thank you very much, Supervisor Solis. Yes, I would like to. And thank you, Supervisor Barger, for allowing me to do so. I too am just, blown away by the data and the statistics shared with us by Drs. Ferrer and Galley. This crisis is clearly having a profound impact on the lives of every California resident as well as county resident. And I, too, must say that it's imperative that all of us continue to comply with public health orders and continue to social distance to help slow this spread, this staggering spread. That 10,000 positive tests in one day is just very, very frightening. I do believe, however, it's important to issue tailored and appropriate responses to the health orders violations aimed at achieving our underlying objective, but not criminalization. I think that's important. And while it's certainly important to intervene in events that act as super spreaders, I also think it's important that we define what these super spreader events actually are. I think that's essential so that both residents' health and their legitimate rights to perhaps protest or gather are protected. And so, given this paramount urgency, I think we also must make room for transparency and accountability in the Sheriff's Department in their effort to enforce health orders at these super spreader events. I think that it's really important that both policy, public safety, and health really walk a fine line, but walk together in protecting public health without unfairly prosecuting lawful conduct. And so with that, if I may read into the record my proposed amendment, Supervisor Solis?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. And so I am suggesting that we direct the acting chief executive officer to identify resources to support the Department of Public Health and the Sheriff's Department's efforts to prevent super spreader events in direct violation with the county health orders, including developing guidelines for a clear definition of a, quote, super spreader event and strategies for non-criminal violations and enforcement, and provide monthly status updates to the Board of Supervisors, including a proposed spending plan.
Okay, very good. Okay, and Supervisor Barger, you do agree with accepting this friendly amendment? Okay, very
Yes, I
good.
do, Madam Chair. Yes,
To your motion. Okay, and thank you also, Supervisor Barger, for introducing this motion, because I'm very concerned with the parties that are going on in our district as well, and Pomona was very well cited in your presentation. So with that, I apologize to the other board colleagues. I will now identify Supervisor Hahn and then Supervisor Kuehl. I just want to clarify, we wanted to get the amendments out there, so technically we could take care of that business. So please, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Farrar, Dr. Galley, for these dire updates today. There is a little bit of hope with the vaccine right around the corner, but at the same time, we can see our cases skyrocketing, and our residents have never been more at risk of catching this virus. And it's encouraging that people are going to start getting vaccinated in the next few weeks. but it's clear that it'll be several months before a vaccine is widely available, and even longer until enough people are vaccinated that we can actually stop the spread of this virus. I have a few questions about the health order, and then I did want to ask a few questions about the vaccines. And just know that a lot of my questions are, questions that my constituents, kind of want to hear the answers to publicly. So, both our health order and our state's regional health order are pretty strict when it comes to gatherings. Gathering with anyone you do not live with is prohibited under both of these health orders. We've been told that one of the riskiest things you can do right now is to gather with people who you don't live with, especially indoors. And yet, over a third of our LA County residents report that they have gone over to a friend or a relative's home in the past 7 days. It does seem like we're not getting through to people. Or if we are getting through to them, they're feeling like what we're doing is arbitrary or, they're not, or unfair. And I think we really need to make sure that the public believes our decisions and trusts our decisions, that they're what is best for them. So lately I've been reading about this idea of harm reduction. And, you know that public health experts have practiced harm reduction, whether that was about getting messaging about safe sex rather than abstinence, or advocating for needle exchange programs instead of just forbidding drug use. So a vaccine is coming, but it's not going to be available for several months, and we're going to be under the state's strict stay-at-home order for at least the next 3 weeks. So if our cases miraculously go down and our ICU beds become more available, and the governor takes us out of this, I like to call it the gloom and doom tier, do you think there is any value, or do you see an opportunity in the future for us to use these harm reduction principles and maybe allow people to do some things that are important to them, like having a few friends over on their patio outside, or dining outside at restaurants with strict safety protocols? Can we help them to do these activities by managing the risk rather than banning them altogether?
Yeah, thanks so much, Supervisor. I want to start, and then I think Dr. Davis also wants an opportunity to reply. One thing, that I think it's so important to note is that, we did for a long time not allow any gatherings. It's not really like this is something we just did. This is the first time we've ever told people to just stay with folks in their household. We went months and months, I think really until August maybe, with that being part of our recommendation. But you're right, we did relax, and we did suggest for, particularly when our case rates were so much lower, that it was okay if people were super careful. Remember, you needed to be outside, you needed to stay 6 feet away, you should just do it with 2 other households. So we had created a strategy recognizing that people, just like you said, people are desperate to not be with the people that are in their household anymore and to find other ways to socialize. I think the problem is that opportunity, when your case rates and your community transmission is not so high, is a risk worth tolerating. Particularly if we could keep people outside, as you noted, whether it was for dining or whether it was for private gatherings. Right now, we're asking for 3 weeks for people just to stop doing that again. I mean, the transmission rates are so much higher than they've ever been for us. So many more people are infected. It looks like maybe about half of the people who are infected may be asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic. There's so much spread right now that we think it makes a lot of sense to say, this is the time to, get back in your house.
I understand that, Dr. Farr. I totally understand that. I think what I'm asking is, let's just say 6 months from now is when we're likely going to have everybody vaccinated. Is there value and a targeted safer at home that you could start working on now that people feel like, I could have 2 people over on my patio, but this is how I need to do it. Or, targeted outdoor restaurants, like, maybe half of them open on 3 days a week, something where we begin to hear people's frustrations, pay a little bit of attention to the economy, because in the beginning, as you know, we were threading the needle between the economy and public health. Now, of course, we have to, rightly so, completely err on the side of public health. But I was just thinking going forward in this next 6 months, if our cases come down, if our ICU beds go up, if we get out of this tier, is there value in creating something where there's just a little bit of letting, the steam out of the bubble kind of a thing, the anger we're feeling, the absolute flouting of our orders because people are so angry and frustrated and go, gosh, how can you go shopping at Target when I can't have one person over on my patio? So is there a way that we can say, go again, when we're out of this, I just would like maybe you to think about working on that so we can kind of be a little kinder and gentler with people in a safe, allow them to do, because you know what? There's some rule breakers out there, but there's also people who really follow the rules, and they are not going to have somebody on their patio because we won't allow it. But, they're wondering, is there a way safely, 6 feet apart, we both wear our masks, can we craft a pathway forward? Do you think, I'm just asking you, do you think there's value in that as a part of this harm reduction theory?
So this is Dr. Davis. I appreciate the question. I think a couple things to remember is, our infectious diseases don't stop at borders. And we know that many people live in one area, work in another. And if you look at the state's orders and the requirements related to the tiered system, as the case rates come down, then there's more risk that can be tolerated and more things open up and activities and modifications change. So we're stuck to adhering to that, which makes sense when you're talking about a communicable disease that can readily spread amongst all of us, even if we live across the county in some way. So we'll continue to pay attention to that, and we have to follow the state's guidelines and rules around, when we could relieve things. And so we will continue to monitor and watch, where the cases are and make decisions as we get to those points.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, my suggestion is we try to craft something that just kind of touches a little bit on the humanity that people are missing right now. But thank you for that. And let me ask you something about contact tracing. So I guess at a Ventura County Supervisors meeting, their public health officer says that people testing positive for COVID are increasingly refusing to cooperate with contact tracers. Are we seeing a similar trend here in LA County?
It's such a good question. Thanks, Supervisor. We actually are doing better now with our contact tracing responses than we were earlier in the pandemic. I want to give a lot of credit. We have a whole bunch of community health workers that are out in the hardest hit communities explaining to people the importance of answering our questions and responding to our calls. And I think that's helped. But we've always had, about 35%, somewhere between 30 and 35% of folks that we call that we can't reach. Some of that is we can't find them. We don't have good contact information. But most of it is that they're not returning our calls. And as you know, we do text systems now, so that even if they don't call us, we can text them. We're about to start trying to attach health officer orders to the text. We have a separate phone line that people can call in on their own just to get good information. And again, we try to provide a lot of support so that people want to talk to us because we're actually being helpful. But we're not really seeing it, sort of it worsen at all. If anything, for us, it's looking a little better. I think our problem is different right now because 10,000 cases a day, even 8,000 cases a day, on average, people have about 2 close contacts. You know, you're talking about somewhere between 24 and 30,000 people that need to be contacted every day. And obviously, we do not have enough staff to reach everybody in as timely a way as we were before. And so,
do you think the new apps that were released by the state and the county are going to help with that?
I think anything that can help people understand what their own personal risk might be in terms of contact is helpful. I mean, we too are using text messaging for the close contacts now as well, just because it helps to know you had an exposure. And that may, in fact, change your behavior. So,
right. So you can confidently say that like 65% of those who test positive are cooperating.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let me move on to the vaccines. So one of the things I didn't hear was remember when Austin Butner, our superintendent of LUSD, had offered up school campuses as a way to ensure trust with families and you know, at individual schools. Is that still part of our distribution option, or?
Sure. I mean, I think, you know, we have a whole team that's out there assessing sites and an entire way for particularly those schools that have school health centers to sign up to be a vaccinator. We have to look at when it makes sense to really activate schools as a primary distribution site. Some of that will depend on when we can vaccinate children. Right now, as everyone knows, these early vaccines are being approved for emergency use authorization for adults only.
True, just that there was that kind of trust thing between families and their schools. That's the only thing I was thinking of. Yeah. You know, so apparently the Pfizer and the Moderna are the 2-dose vaccines. How are we going to prioritize the healthcare workers, the first responders, the skilled nursing with these 2-dose vaccines? And how are you going to ensure that everybody gets that second dose?
Yeah, those are both really great questions. So this first prioritization in 1A is healthcare workers and long-term care residents. The doses as they come are for the first dose. So the federal government has assured us that, like, we don't need to stockpile that second dose, that we will get this first dose. So when we get 84,000 or 83,000 doses next week, let's assume
you don't have to divide that in half.
Exactly, because you wouldn't want to be doing that right now, because that would then mean you're stockpiling while people need to get vaccinated. And the federal government is providing assurances that.
Yeah. So, do we have an estimate of what the number is for healthcare workers, first responders, and skilled nursing facility residents? What's the total population of those 3 groups?
Yes, we do have numbers. It's long-term care residents and staff, and I'm looking for my cheat sheets on that. I don't
know. I'm guessing it's a lot more than 84,000.
Oh yeah, that's why 84,000 is going to healthcare workers in the acute care hospitals. I believe that I know the number for skilled nursing facilities. We need about 75,000 doses for both residents and the staff there. Mm-hmm. For long-term care.
But then, as first responders, also our firefighters and our sheriff deputies, or not? Are they in that group?
First responders are not in Tier 1A. This is a federal decision. Tier 1A is
it's just healthcare workers and
long-term care residents.
When I have a question when it comes to the firefighters, the sheriff's deputies, I'm guessing they're in another tier. But I was listening to a report where in New York City, some of the firefighters were like, "We're not taking this," and I'm wondering, do we give each of these categories like so long before we then move on and take those doses and give them to people who want them? Like, do we give, you got 7 days to decide whether you want it or not, and then we're taking this dose and moving on. Have we figured that out yet?
Yes, but I do have the answer to your first question. On long-term care facilities, there's, in addition to the SNFs, which are about 338, there's another sort of 3,100 long-term care facilities, and there's probably a total of an additional almost 100,000 staff and residents at those facilities. So that's the number for long-term care.
So what's that total number for that first tier?
So it's about 175,000 for long-term care, including SNFs. That's workers, employees, and residents.
Okay.
And then there's about, our estimates. We're still working through with all of the healthcare providers, but you're probably looking at least somewhere between 250,000 and 300,000 healthcare providers. That does include EMS. So I want to say,
So they're the ones that need 2 of those doses. So you're going to need.
Everyone is going to need 2 of those doses.
600,000 doses just for that first group. Yeah. I think I mean that's really good to know, because I think I'm excited about this vaccine, and I keep thinking, the light's at the end of the tunnel. But let's be honest, it's going to be a while till. We really can vaccinate all of LA County. So, which is why I was still like, we've got to just figure out, how we all get through this. But thank you for that. And I didn't hear you say, but I'm pretty sure we are adequately equipped to store these vaccines, right? Especially the ones that are 94 degrees below zero.
Yes, we are, and looking forward to getting the Moderna vaccines, which really can live in a refrigerator for 30 days. So
right, and then Johnson and Johnson has one, or do we know when that's coming too?
We don't. I don't think that. That hasn't really advanced as far. So we'll know. I mean, the next one, as you noted, is the vaccine that just requires 1 dose from AstraZeneca, and then
AstraZeneca. Yeah. Right.
So we're
okay. Well, I really appreciate this. I know I asked this, a while back to make sure we're prepared, because while we know there's certain people that just are not going to take it, I think the vast majority of people want to get back to their lives. I know I do, and I really appreciate the really serious logistical challenges your department is handling as it relates to distribution. Last question is on the ICU capacity, and I know, Dr. Galley, I think you answered this I believe it was in closed session, but I know I've been hearing from a lot of people, particularly in San Pedro, that keep hearing we don't have enough beds, we don't have enough staff, and they do remember the USS Mercy coming, that came with its own beds and its own staff. And just reiterate, maybe for the public to know, that we're probably not going to be calling the USS Mercy to help us with this latest challenge, and why.
Yeah, happy to address that. So the state does not currently have a plan to request that resource to be deployed again. And while we're incredibly grateful to our federal partners in allowing that resource to be available to us back in the spring, I think the practice on the ground was that it was very difficult to identify suitable patients who were appropriate to transfer to the Mercy. The Mercy had to take care of non-COVID patients, which still can be hypothetically helpful, because there are patients without COVID who need to be in the hospital. But it was very hard to identify suitable patients. So, for example, they couldn't have really active infections, they couldn't be elderly, they couldn't have any behavioral health or substance use disorder issues. There's a number of restriction criteria that prevented the identification of many suitable patients. And it really makes sense. Those ships are really best and intended to be deployed in wartime battle situations, and the individuals who were anticipated to be cared for on those ships were people who were generally otherwise mobile, except for any trauma they had endured, didn't typically have underlying health conditions that might make it harder to care for them in that specific physical environment. And so it really is more well suited to a trauma or wartime situation and trauma type injuries, rather than what what is the vast majority of individuals in our hospitals who have much more complex medical conditions. And so because of that, it wasn't a resource that was highly utilized. And because of that, I think that's why there's not an intention to redeploy it at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Galley. That was really well said, because I think a lot of people, first and foremost, didn't realize that they weren't taking COVID patients, because I think a lot of people thought that. So thank you. So just in one word to the public, what's our best strategy for adding ICU beds?
Hospitals, really, it's a combination of two things. One is canceling all of the non-essential procedures and surgeries that it's possible to cancel. So the volume of surgeries and procedures that hospital does varies widely by hospitals. Many of them do a lot of non-essential surgeries. Some of them do fewer. So the mix, there's not one number, but there's a lot of them done, and a lot of surgeries and procedures can be delayed for at least a short period of time. At some point, they will need to be done. Dr. Ferrer's point is a good one, that it's not the same as elective. We're not implying that there's a lot of procedures going on that just aren't needed at all. These are needed, they're just not necessarily needing to be done right now. And if they can be delayed, hospitals should really be delaying them. And then the second thing is to do everything they can to increase staffing. And that's possible by redeploying staff from their outpatient areas, by putting in requests, as many hospitals have done, to the state to identify new resources, to doing their best through their contracts and registries to onboard additional staff, bringing back retirees. And then the last option available to hospitals is to work within the staff and the resources that they have, but they would require staff to take care of more patients than would typically be accepted under state regulatory guidance of nurse staffing ratios. And that's not a situation anyone wants to be in. We're grateful that the state has permitted that flexibility when it's needed, but no one wants to need it. It creates situations where staff are really caring for more patients than would be done optimally, and it can lead to additional deaths than what we would otherwise see. So
thank you. Thanks, Dr. Galley. Thank you, Dr. Ferrer, and thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's. I apologize, Supervisor Kuehl. I know you've been waiting long, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, speaking last gives me the opportunity to agree with so many of my colleagues. First of all, I support both of the read-in motions and the amendment. I think the super spreader motion is very important. Like the rest of you, there are parts of my district, for instance, in the Hollywood Hills, where we've seen, some real problems. And though we deal with LAPD in that area, it is really important to give some resources. But as Supervisor Mitchell indicated, also important for people to understand what is a super spreader event. In terms of your motion, Madam Chair, which I am very happy to co-author, or second, whichever is the appropriate thing for a read-in, on vaccine implementation, I think that is also very important. I just have a couple of comments and then a question or two. First of all, in terms of Supervisor Hahn's thinking about, can we look kind of way forward? I really understand that, not just from the point of view of people, like me, who wish I could go see my sister again for Thanksgiving or whatever, but also just a light at the end of the tunnel kind of thing. And I wanted to look a little forward as well in the vaccine arena, understanding that we will get shipments limited in numbers and that the federal government and the state will agree on the priorities. But I wanted to mention two other populations that I would hope we would keep in our thoughts, I guess we would say now, because it will be down the line, but could be very important. One of them, I think everybody would say, oh yeah, we agree, and that is teachers. If we are looking down the line, and I do agree this is going to be potentially 6 months away, at opening all the schools and all the grades and protecting people more, I think we have to be at least advocating that teachers are one of the populations that we would like to get into a higher tier or a nearby tier for vaccination. So that will be one question about vaccine. The other is somewhat of a less popular population, but one that I think is very important, and that is our inmates. There are 15,000 in our jail now, but each day it's not the same 15,000. They are leaving, not very quickly, but some of them each day. And because the population in our jails is primarily people of color, they're returning to their communities, primarily in communities of color, which are highly at risk. And I wanted to see if we could also ask or explore in one of those tiers as they open up some attention paid to inoculating inmates, not just as a favor to them, but as a way of reducing the spread in our community. So my double question is, do we have a way of asking for attention to be paid down the line to specific populations who are not yet mentioned, like teachers and inmates?
Oh, thank you, Supervisor. So yes, so we're really focused a lot on 1A, which are healthcare workers and long-term care facility residents. But 1B will rapidly come next, and that's what's called essential workers. That includes all the first responders. It includes teachers. It includes people who, manage your transportation hubs. And here again, we always wait for the guidance to come from the CDC scientific committee on this, but here is where the definition of essential worker is going to be very important in terms of, is that going to include like the grocery store clerks, et cetera, the people who right now have to still go to work. But for sure it includes teachers, and for sure it includes first responders, and for sure it includes all staff that work within corrections. So it's a pretty broad category, and we can send you how it's broadly defined. I think, again, we wait for the CDC to actually issue their guidance for all of us, and then that helps a lot with the definitions. High risk elderly and high risk people with underlying health conditions are also in 1B, right, Dr. Davis? 1C. 1C. Oh, they move into 1C. And then we go to 1C, and that's this higher risk population.
Okay.
It could include
many inmates are,
yes.
their health is at
Yes.
risk. And as I said, it's not everybody's favorite population, but
No,
because
no.
of the impact that
Yeah.
they have when
Yeah.
they're released, and we do want them to be released after they've served their time. I just wanted to see if some attention could be paid.
Yeah.
But for teachers, absolutely.
Yeah.
My second question is to Dr. Galley, if you would clarify just a little. I was under the impression, in terms of opening more ICUs, which was a question from my colleague, Supervisor Hahn, that there also is an issue about people being appropriately trained to work in an ICU or to be a nurse in an ICU. You can't just, switch everybody over in your hospital to suddenly work in an ICU. Is that a correct understanding on my part?
Yes, that's absolutely correct, Supervisor. ICU training programs typically for already licensed nurses take anywhere from 6 months to a year for a full training program. It's a complex educational program and does require a lot of time to do it under normal circumstances. Many hospitals have expedited ICU training programs over the last 9 months. When I've spoken about redeployment of nurses into the ICU, they're drawing from nurses who do have prior ICU experience. So they've worked in an ICU and then they took another position in another setting, or they've worked in a setting like an ICU, like some of the procedure units or post-anesthesia care units, for example, where there's some of the same skill sets that are utilized.
Well, I think obviously you'll let us know if there's anything we can do to encourage other training institutions to kind of ramp up their programs, because it looks like for the near term, at least, unfortunately, we're going to need more personnel and more ICUs. My last question goes to the question about contact tracing, also raised by my colleague, Supervisor Hahn. I got a couple of texts from friends saying, if you have an Apple phone, you've got an emergency notification thing in it. Go to that, turn it on, and in a couple of days, California is going to start notifying you if you were in contact with someone who tested positive. Can you say more about that? Because I think everybody's got, either one kind of phone or another, and I think we could get emergency notifications. Would that help with contact tracing, or how is that going to affect our understanding?
This is Dr. Davis. Appreciate the question, and it's a California Notify program. It's a function that was built on both the Apple platform as well as the Android platform. I believe it was sent out to all of those phones whenever somebody did an update over the last few months. And you're correct, you do have to go in and turn on notifications. And then if you test positive and you have that on, you can, if you agree to notify through the app as well, then it will notify others who may have been around you for the 15 minutes within 6 feet based on Bluetooth technology that they were potentially exposed. That would let them know that they should take different actions, and we're still working through how that gets back to us, but we also have the number that people can call and say, I was exposed, or I got a notification that I was exposed, and we can help them work through their situation.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, users are not going to be told who they were exposed to.
Right.
So just going to get a notification that they were exposed. They're not going to be told where they were exposed either. So, our hope is that folks will then call us so they can get more help and support. We still think it's good because we know people can change their behavior if they know that they were in fact exposed. But it does create for us, we will staff up our call line, and we'll do much more pushing out through this about the fact that people should call us if they were notified, so that we can help them on understanding what they need to do to quarantine.
And I think just to add to that, it really doesn't collect your name or your personal information. It doesn't collect your location. It's not tracking where you've been. But there's sort of these encrypted, unidentified codes that go between the Bluetooth phones. And that's really what tells a person whether or not they were, in close contact with someone if they share that information.
But did you say that if I test positive, I need to enter that information somehow into my phone?
Yes,
in the notification.
There's two ways you'll do that. If your lab result is already in the state electronic reporting system, you'll get a text from the state, and in that text message there'll be instructions for you to click on a self-service link to generate a verification call code, or you'll get a call center number, and then you enter in that code, and then that's really what you need to do there. You'll be told by CDPH in that same text message that you need to self-isolate, and the local health department will be contacted because that's a positive lab result already in the system. We're already going to know that. So for the people who are positive, they can opt in to sharing that information. If their lab is one of our electronic lab reporting system, that person who's positive will get an automatic message from the state. If the case doesn't click on that link, then there can be follow-up with that case, but nobody is required to tell anybody else that they're positive.
Well, doctors, I thank you very much, and I think if we can develop, although it is a little complicated because it's not the only way that I would be notified, for instance.
Yes.
If we could somehow do a message that we could get out, because I think it's a good idea for us to activate the emergency notification in our phones. Nothing, it doesn't hurt because nobody's going to know, who it is broadly. But I think it's just one additional way, but not the only way. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we already have the Citizens app here in LA that does something very similar.
Right.
But we are going to message on this. We're actually negotiating with the state to make sure we don't lose any information on the positive cases. So yes, we will. I love your suggestion, and we will absolutely make sure that we have like a little cheat sheet that's really easy to understand about how you activate, what the benefits are, and then how your privacy is protected. Because I think that's the biggest issue. People want to make sure that there's not some huge system out there that's collecting all this information.
Okay, thank you very much, all three doctors. I really appreciate the time you spent with us today. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I have a request by Supervisor Mitchell, who has a question.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. As I listen to Supervisor Kuehl and Hahn, thank you for your thoughtful questions. And in keeping, in addition to Supervisor Kuehl's comments, I just wanted to echo the support in terms of teachers and our incarcerated community. And as she talked about teachers, it occurred to me, child care providers. Child care providers, I believe, have been deemed essential because their facilities, in many instances, have remained open so other essential workers could go to work safely and have a place to leave their children. The child care provider community is also seen an increase in their school-age population. So as we talk about teachers, I'm hoping that throughout the county that child care providers, both in-home and center-based, will be included in that tier to have access to the vaccine.
Yes, they are, Supervisor. Thank you very much. But yes, child care providers will be included in 1B.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much to all of our colleagues. And I'm sorry this took a long time, but did want to try to get us through this. And thank you all for your cooperation. Good questions. And I know that one of our big concerns is going to be that we do receive the appropriate dosage of vaccines so we can cover the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that are expecting the vaccine to provide assistance to them in the coming months. So really have to do our work with the federal government and the state. So thank all the colleagues for that. Want to turn now, we have two motions before us, and I'll have Madam Executive Officer start off with the Barger-Solis motion that is known as the Resourcing Enforcement of Super Spreader Events that has been amended and accepted by Supervisor Holly Mitchell. So please, Madam Executive Officer.
The item before you, as Supervisor Solis stated, is the motion from Supervisor Barger and Solis as amended is before you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Moving on to the next motion, the one that is before us that I initially put forward and Supervisor Kuehl has to deal with an equitable COVID-19 vaccine implementation. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
The motion before you is the motion before Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Kuehl. It's before you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Those two motions are approved. Thank you so much, colleagues. Now we'll move on to item number 15, expediting homeless funds contracting process. And I believe this was held by Supervisor Hahn. So please unmute your mic and you can speak. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this motion is important, particularly right now, because it seeks to streamline and expedite our contracting process for our homeless providers. And we all know that this is unprecedented times. We have this pandemic that's devastated our economy and taken lives. And we know that the most at risk among us are the many individuals who are still living on our streets that have no place to shelter or the ability to get the medical care needed to stay alive. It's amazing work of our nonprofit providers who really are our unseen heroes, who every day put their lives at risk to make sure that our unhoused neighbors are cared for, have food, have medical services, and are treated with the dignity they deserve. And as this virus has ravaged LA County, our providers never shrunk from their duties. They rose to the challenge even more because they knew what was at risk. And since the pandemic started, our providers have continued to go into the encampments and continue to house people and continue to provide an unmatched level of care. But this has not come without its challenges. And I was really disappointed and shocked, may I say, to hear that many of our providers are facing challenges with losses, contracting, and billing process that's put an unnecessary burden on them. Many are operating without contracts, and some are relying on their own lines of credit to make payroll and support their clients, which accumulates interest that is not reimbursable. They're using their own credit cards. The providers that do have contracts are often left with the tedious task of going back and forth to get corrected budgets, and then they wait weeks or months for contracts to be finalized before they can invoice, which adds more time before they are reimbursed. Colleagues, I really think this is unacceptable. And we need to treat this crisis with the urgency that it demands and not allow any bureaucratic red tape to get in the way. That's why through this motion, I've asked our CEO to execute all contracts with LAHSA within 30 days, and for LAHSA to create a plan to implement a master contracting model similar to our own Department of Health Services, Housing for Health, and for the last outstanding contracts to be executed now. And I don't know if you guys missed that, but I'm actually asking LAHSA to model our own DHS in terms of how they do contracts. You all might have remembered that shelter that I put up in 6 weeks using a vacant county building down in San Pedro. And started with LAHSA, but then immediately moved to DHS because DHS was able to enter into contracts for everything that we were doing to create a beautiful shelter in San Pedro. So let's just get this stuff done, and it's too bad that I really even have to bring forth this motion, but I really wanted to show our providers out there that we see them, we hear them, we're on their sides, and we could not begin to tackle our homeless crisis in LA County without them. They are on the front lines. Let's do everything we can to make sure they're not using their own money, driving up their interest rates, and not getting what they need from us to do the work that we so desperately need them to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, very good. Now I'd like to recognize Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I feel like this is deja vu all over again because early on, I think this board will remember that we front-loaded a lot of funding to LAHSA because they were having difficulty with their cash flow. And as a result, many of our nonprofits were not getting paid in a timely fashion. And I thought that we had actually fixed that by actually providing money to LAHSA so that they could in real time reimburse. I agree with everything that Supervisor Hahn said, and I thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for letting me be a part of this motion. You know, we're asking our providers to do more with less right now, especially with this COVID pandemic in place, and especially as it relates to emergency housing. And I think it's important for us to provide the support that we have promised to give them. And I feel that, you know, we should be closely monitoring how this is playing out, because if we lose any of our nonprofits that are out in the community and that have the trust of the community, which is something that is very important when you're dealing with the homeless population, if we lose that community trust and we lose that nonprofit, we are going to lose an important entity that's going to help us address this homeless crisis as it continues to grow on the streets. So I am wholeheartedly endorsing the fact that we need to do this, and I want to thank our private sector partners for working with us, and please know that you are supported by this board and that we will work toward getting this addressed quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you. Next, I'd like to recognize Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this motion forward. I, too, am hearing a lot of frustration from our organizations and contracting between LASA and the providers has become even more difficult during COVID-19, and challenges that we had before have just been exacerbated. As you indicated, and I want to add my voice, our providers are doing Herculean, incredible work supporting people experiencing homelessness. And the last thing we want is for them to have to expend all their time and energy on, on contracts. So this is a really good opportunity to identify the steps that the county can take to help ease the contracting process and how to best support LASA as they work on systems improvement. But I do think it is really important to recognize that LASA's structure is as a joint powers authority with the city. And that means that essentially they are different from our county departments. We can't just go, as we have, because we've all co-authored a number of motions to, streamline contracting in the county. We can't just say, do it and streamline it, because the contracting is often made more complicated because it relies on decisions not just by the county, but also by the city. But I still think that partnership is really, really important. So I'm taking this motion to also mean helping to figure out how we can get the city to work better with us in streamlining the contracts as well. Because the efforts that providers and LASA have made over the past 9 months have been really heroic. So I look forward to hearing back about opportunities to improve the contracting process. I'm really hopeful we'll be able to implement useful solutions. I heard what Supervisor Barger said, and I really understand. We don't want any of our providers saying, go, up a rope and I don't want your money. But the thing is, it's even harder for them than that. They don't have the ability to say, I don't want your money, the contracting is too hard. They need our money, and they need LASA. So I think this motion is very smart in saying, let's figure out a way, and I'm assuming it means get the city on board as well, to make contracting not just easier, but so that our nonprofits aren't having to put out money that they don't have. So thank you very much for the motion, and I'm very supportive.
Supervisor Kuehl, I just want to add, this is a very good motion. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn and Barger. Something that has been brought to my attention for the last, I believe, 3 years. I think some of us have been working on this, and it has been a hard nut to crack, I will say. Many of our providers, and I can name them, Volunteers of America, Union Station, Homeless Services, Salvation Army, PATH. Many of them have stepped up in so many ways to help us with Project Roomkey and actually expand from some of our initial districts into other parts of the county. And they don't have enough money to encumber because the revenue is not there. So we do need to provide them a lifeline. And I really do hope that we can work with the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority so that they do understand that we're serving a far greater population than just the city of Los Angeles. So again, thank you for this motion. I appreciate it. Are there any other members that want to be recognized on this that I've missed? Okay. If hearing none, then this item is before us. It is a move by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Barger. Madam Executive Officer. Please call the roll.
Item 15 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Very good. Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to item 16, 5-signature letter to support federal pandemic relief proposal. This is an item that has been held by Supervisor Hahn. Please unmute your mic. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Gosh, we've talked so much about this pandemic and how difficult it's been for us as elected officials to make these decisions about the public's health versus our economy. And to be honest with you, since the CARES Act passed, I think we've been largely abandoned by the federal government. Because without adequate funding from our federal government to pay people to stay home And to pay businesses to stay closed, we've been forced to make decisions that hurt our economy and result in layoff of workers. And these decisions have been painful. There's people who are sick because of areas of the economy we've kept open, and there are people who are suffering because of the areas of the economy we've shut down, without the ability to support the people who are losing their paychecks. This isn't how it had to be. You can imagine a scenario in which the federal government provided us with enough money that we could pay people who worked in industries that were closed in our health orders and pay small businesses to stay closed. This should have happened months ago, but it isn't too late for it to make a difference. The vaccine is coming. We've been talking about that, but it's still months away from it being available to the general public. Meanwhile, we have families that aren't able to pay their rent in months and small businesses that are hanging on by a thread. And we need to send a message to Washington that we need this federal COVID relief package to pass, and to pass quickly before the end of the year. On Sunday, a bipartisan group of lawmakers agreed to a $908 billion package. This current proposal does not include another direct payment to most Americans, but it does provide $288 billion in small business aid, $160 billion in state and local government relief, and $188 billion to fund a $300 per week supplemental unemployment benefit through March of next year. This proposal would also reauthorize the Paycheck Protection Program to provide a second round of subsidies to businesses struggling through this pandemic. It's nowhere near enough, but it's something, and it's a start. The Biden administration has called this a down payment on something that we can hope will be bigger next year. And I'm hopeful that the incoming Biden administration will be able to strike a much larger deal next year that would include direct payments to most Americans. So this motion asks us to send, for this board, to send a 5-signature letter in support of this latest bipartisan federal COVID relief package and any other federal proposals that will help provide critical relief to LA County residents. I want us to go on record today saying that we support this compromise and we need it desperately to get to us before the end of the year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hahn, and thanks for taking the lead on this motion. And I'm strongly supportive of the $908 billion aid package that's before the Congress. The aid package, as you know, will not fix everything, but it will go a long way in shoring up support for LA County's economic recovery, especially because it is a bipartisan framework that's being presented, which is still being negotiated. And it's critical for us to look at how we provide nearly $300 billion for small businesses, $180 billion for unemployed workers, and $160 billion for state, local, and tribal governments. Local meaning LA County. So yes, we are in dire need of this life-saving mechanism, and we know it won't be the last. Unemployment is skyrocketing. We still have upwards of high unemployment, especially in communities of color. The U.S. Department of Labor recently released their November data showing that we only had 245,000 individuals that actually sought new jobs and found them, but that doesn't account for the millions that are out there looking right now and not eligible to receive any unemployment benefits. So I wholeheartedly support you on this. Thank you, and I'd like to recognize Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also support this motion, but I would also ask this board. Over the weekend, I talked to 2 people who actually applied for unemployment in the state of California, and to say it's been a nightmare and they're still waiting, and they were laid off from a job and have to show documentation and all, which is fine. But the red tape and the frustration that I'm hearing, even at the state level, which I would hope that we'd be working with the state, because when I open the paper today and read that there's a $2 billion worth of fraud, allegedly, and I don't know if that's accurate or not, I feel as though we also have an opportunity here in LA County to ask the state to begin to seriously look at the number of people that are applying and the length of time it is taking them to get approved for that unemployment. Because for many of these people, that is what is going to pay partial rent for them or food or whatever is needed. And so I think that we need to also apply pressure to the EDD and the state to get it together and find out how we can ensure that our residents are, when applying, it's the turnaround is in a timely fashion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members that want to be recognized and unmute your mic? If not, I don't hear any, then this item is moved by Supervisor Hahn. I'll second it. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 16 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, very good. That motion passes. Now we'll take up the public hearing item number 65, hearing on the proposed power purchase agreements for expansion of renewable energy systems at 2 county facilities. Are there any supervisors that would like to make remarks?
County Council.
I'm sorry, County Council, you had a statement to read in on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As outlined in the board letter, we are also recommending the board make a finding that the impacts and mitigation have been addressed in the prior environmental assessments and no further environmental review is required. Thank you.
Comments by my colleagues? Okay, hearing none.
Madam Chair, just
yes.
one sentence, if I
Yes,
may.
yes. Go ahead, Supervisor Kuehl.
As you know, a couple of years ago, the county started the sort of the largest community choice aggregate, and just so we could use green energy in a lot of our cities that would opt in, and Ventura County joined us. I think this is a really good way for us to go, a very good example of how you can increase your use of green energy and save money at the same time. So I hope that my colleagues will support and approve this hearing item. Thank you so much.
Very good. So it's appropriate to close the public hearing now and vote on the item. Item 65 is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger and seconded by Hahn to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 65 is before you. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, very good. That item is approved. Next, members, item 13 is special items. I understand there aren't any that are being presented, so we don't have any specials today. Therefore, we'll move on to adjournments. Item 14, at this time, it'd be appropriate to hear those, so I'll begin. I have one. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Kathleen C. Stevens. She was born at White Memorial Hospital in Los Angeles in 1960. She was a proud LAUSD student and graduated from Franklin High School in 1977 before becoming the first in her immigrant family to obtain a college degree, graduating from Cal State Los Angeles. She was a longtime volunteer and public servant, serving as a PTA president of Eagle Rock Elementary School for many years. She also ran a massive toy donation program for orphans in Tijuana, Mexico, and supported numerous student mentorship programs, namely Operation Kids Hope at Eagle Rock Elementary. Kathy was a neighborhood watch captain, LAUSD class mom, softball coach at the local LA City Public Park, and was a mom to everyone she met. Kathleen is survived by Bruce, her husband of 43 years, her son Jacob, daughter Amber, son-in-law Adolfo, and granddaughter Alouette. Kathy was a lifetime resident of the 1st District, and she will be remembered for her dedication to her community. Thank you very much. Now I will recognize Supervisor Mitchell for her adjournments.
Supervisor Solis, I have no adjournments today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 4, and I'll save one till last because I think other districts wish to join me. But I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Malcolm Marmerstein, a screenwriter who died on November 21st. He started his career as a stagehand on Broadway, worked on a number of notable productions, the 1947 production of A Streetcar Named Desire, starring Marlon Brando, Jessica Tandy, and Carl Malden. In the 60s, he worked on a number of soap operas. He wrote 82 episodes of Dark Shadows during the soap's first season in 66-67. And as a screenwriter, his most successful and biggest grossing film is Disney's Pete's Dragon, which starred Mickey Rooney, Helen Reddy, and Shelley Winters. He also wrote Disney's Return from Witch Mountain with Bette Davis and Christopher Lee. He's survived by his wife Barbara and his children Larry, Wayne, Dara, and Mitchell. And I move that when we adjourn today, I'm really sad to say this, we adjourn in memory of David Lander, a really wonderful actor and friend who died on December 4th. He was a Brooklyn native, and he met his comedy partner, Michael McKean, and created their Lenny and Swiggy characters while they were acting students at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh, before Laverne and Shirley producer Gary Marshall hired them to bring their writing talents and their special brand of comedy to the show. Lander and McKean co-starred in the show through its entire 8-year run on ABC. And after Laverne and Shirley, Dave Lander went on to appear in dozens of television shows and movies: Love Boat, Twin Peaks, Galaxy High, Star Trek Next Gen, The Simpsons, Bold and the Beautiful, Scary Movie, many, many, many more. He had more than 100 film and TV credits in all. But perhaps most importantly, he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1984 and decided, instead of keeping this to himself and his family, he would serve as a goodwill ambassador for the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. And as his body gave out more and more, his spirit did not. And he showed up and showed up. He showed up at a number of events for single payer. He was funny and serious, a wonderful husband to Kathy, a wonderful father to Natalie, and he will be sorely missed. David Lander. And I ask that we adjourn today in memory of LGBTQ advocate Lori McBride, who died on December 4th. She came to the attention of AIDS and gay rights advocates in 1984 when she chaired the Community Partnership on AIDS for 2 years. In 86 and 87, she co-chaired the successful grassroots No on 69 and No on 64, which was known as the LaRouche Initiative, that wanted to quarantine and limit employment for all people with HIV/AIDS. From 88 to 90, she co-chaired the Mobilization Against AIDS. From 90 to 91, she was vice president of the National Stonewall Democratic Club. In 1990, she joined Life Lobby, Life standing for Lobby for Individual Freedom and Equality, as their executive director. I think many of us knew her in our work in Sacramento. She drafted groundbreaking AIDS and gay rights legislation, including AB 101, the job equity centerpiece of the LGBTQ rights California agenda, whose veto by Governor Wilson in 1991 launched months of militant street protest by over 100,000 people. She went on to work for a number of California legislators, including a stint as Assistant Secretary of State when Kevin Shelley was elected Secretary of State in 2003. She was a beloved mentor and friend to generations of LGBTQ plus activists. She was a true warrior for the LGBTQ community and a fierce, fierce ally during the HIV/AIDS epidemic. Her leadership on political campaigns and advocacy organizations, I know, saved thousands and thousands of lives. She's survived by her wife of 35 years, Donna Yetzi. And finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Rafer Johnson. We would say Olympic gold medalist Rafer Johnson, like we had to tell you who he was. He passed away on December 2nd, not even a week ago. It was an eventful life. He broke racial barriers, played an unexpected role in the international relations of the Cold War,
immersed himself in the turbulent politics of the 1960s. At the 1960 Rome Olympics, he was the U.S. team's flag bearer, the first Black American so honored. His decathlon battle that year with C.K. Yang, his training partner at UCLA, ranks among the classic moments of Olympics history. And after that victory, he had a career as a TV reporter, covered the 64 Olympics for NBC, and then a sports anchor for KNBC in Los Angeles. But Rafer's legacy was interwoven with LA's history, beginning with his performances as a world-class athlete at UCLA. He was student body president just before I got there, and when he came back as an alum, he was a mentor about all of us who were interested in student politics. Just a legendary figure. And of course, his performance at UCLA was punctuated by the night in 1968 when he helped disarm Robert Kennedy's assassin at the Ambassador Hotel. To help disabled children, he co-founded the California Special Olympics in 1969 and served as its president for 10 years. In 1979, LA Mayor Tom Bradley asked Johnson to join the board of the committee bringing the 84 Olympics to the city. He is survived by his wife Elizabeth, his children Jennifer and Joshua, and his brother Jimmy, a great athlete, a wonderful man, a kind man, and a really wonderful life. And now I know that both Holly and Janice would like to join in this. Holly, would you like to say anything about Rafe?
Thank you so much, Supervisor Kuehl. I'd just like to say that a number of years ago, as a member of the California Legislative Black Caucus, we had the opportunity to have audience with him. And as you said, such a full, complete life, such a regal man. I've worked collaboratively with him many, many years ago with the Special Olympics here in Los Angeles. And thank you so much for allowing me to join in to commemorate his full life. I know that he was a constituent of yours, but really a true symbol of what of stellar athleticism can lead into civic leadership and engagement can really look like. So thank you very much, and I join you in a journey in his memory.
Thank you. Janice?
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, and your adjournment was really so well spoken and perfectly worded. Thank you for that. I just would say that I was there in 1984, sitting in the stands, and I don't know if people remember, but it was sort of a secret on who would actually bring that torch into the Coliseum and then light the cauldron, the Olympic cauldron in the Coliseum. So it was very exciting when he came through the tunnel bearing the Olympic torch, and you could just hear the murmurs and the wave of excitement, and people were like, it's Rafer Johnson. And what a perfect symbol of athleticism, a perfect symbol of a Black American who had achieved so much, and just a great symbol of a wonderful human being. So Rafer Johnson was a great American, a great human being, and he will forever be interwoven with our history and is one of LA City's most treasured athletes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, do you think it'd be appropriate for all members, perhaps?
I was going to ask.
Yes.
If no one objects, yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Those are my adjournments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor.
Okay, yes, coming.
Okay.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Larry Peterson, who was a San Pedro resident. He passed away at the age of 68. He was a true Pedro boy, born and raised. He was born in the original San Pedro Hospital. He attended Point Furman Elementary, Dana Junior High, and San Pedro High School. Friends called him Mr. Cabrillo Beach because every day at 4 a.m. he could be found working out in the Cabrillo Beach weight room. He owned and operated Nordic gardening service for over 30 years, and his clients called him the gardener with the dog because he and his dog Molly were inseparable friends. Larry would even joke that Molly was the supervisor and he was just the employee. Larry's physical strength, coupled with his fun-loving nature were what helped him survive lymphoma 3 times. He loved life, and life loved him back. Larry is preceded in death by his parents. He's survived by his wife, Terry, sister Judy, and his nieces, Michelle, Brianna, Natalie, and Andrea, and of course, his beloved dog, Molly. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Mary Rapoli, who was a San Pedro resident and passed away at the age of 94. She was born and raised in San Pedro, a devoted homemaker. Mary's deepest passion was her family. Her biggest joys revolved around her children and her husband, a loving wife and mother. Mary was the heart of her family and created a home that was welcoming and full of love to all who entered. She had a tight-knit extended family and enjoyed large family celebrations. Mary had a strong faith and was an active member of the Rolling Hills Covenant Church and worked in the library for 10 years. Mary was preceded in death by her husband, Lou, and she survived by her 6 children. And 2 of her sons, you can't live in Los Angeles and not have known 2 of her sons. Lou, who is a retired LA City fire chief and a San Pedro business owner, and Rich, who is a retired LAPD deputy chief. In fact, I believe he was the highest ranking Italian American in the LAPD at that time. 15 grandchildren, 25 great-grandchildren, and numerous nieces and nephews. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Mary Trutanich, who was also a San Pedro resident, and she was 97 when she passed away. Born to Italian immigrants, Mary happily called San Pedro home her entire life. Those who knew Mary would describe her as a kind, jovial, and above all, strong. Mary was preceded in death by her husband, Steve, and her son, Frank. She is survived by her daughters, Rosemary and Madeline, and 4 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of CHP Officer Andy Ornales, California High Patrol motorcycle officer. He was assigned to the Antelope Valley area, and he passed away on December 2nd, 9 days after he was injured in an on-duty crash in Palmdale. Officer Ornales was 27 years old. He graduated from Quartz Hill High School in 2011, and 4 years ago became a CHP officer. He had been assigned to the Antelope Valley area since December of 2019. He followed in the footsteps of his mother, Kelly, who is retired from the CHP, from the same Antelope Valley area office, and his father, Arturo, a motorcycle officer with the Los Angeles Police Department. Officer Ornales becomes the 232nd officer to die in the line of duty in the 91-year history of the CHP. He's survived by his wife, Taylor, brother, Cody, who is also a CHP officer assigned to the Central Los Angeles area office, his sister, Nikki, and an uncle, retired CHP Captain, Andreas Ornales. I also move that we adjourn in memory of Elena Ledford, a resident of Glendale who passed away at the age of 49 on November 24th. After graduating Glendale High School, Elena attended college in North Carolina and lived there for much of her young adult life. 3 years ago, she returned to California and took a job as an outreach worker and program manager at Union Station Homeless Services in Pasadena. In this role, she led a team of mental health, medical, and social workers that routinely visited and served the local San Gabriel Valley homeless population. She quickly earned the respect, admiration, and love from her colleagues at Union Station for her deep compassion and unconditional kindness. She believed that every person deserves a life of dignity and a safe place to call home, and she worked tirelessly to care for and shelter our most vulnerable. She is survived by her 14-year-old daughter, Violet, both parents, and her sister. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Sarah Flores, a well-respected San Gabriel Valley community leader and a 41-year county employee who worked for 5 supervisors who passed away last night at the age of 83. Sarah grew up near the Civic Center in a low-income household and graduated from John Marshall High School. Determined to make it on her own, she got a job at the county as a secretary and worked for supervisors Roger Jessup and Warren Dorn, Eventually, she became executive secretary to the 1st District Supervisor Frank Pinelli. His successor, Supervisor Pete Shavarm, promoted her to deputy and then to assistant chief deputy. When Supervisor Shavarm decided to retire, she ran for his seat and received a plurality of the vote in the 1980 primary election, making her a favorite to become LA County's first Latina supervisor. However, a federal judge, in response to a Voting Rights Act lawsuit, ordered a mandatory supervisorial redistricting and special election, which Gloria Molina historically won. Sarah went on to serve in Supervisor Michael Antonivich's San Dimas office until her retirement. In life, she advocated to expand job opportunities for Latinos and was a founder of the County Chicano Employees Association. A mover and a shaker in her community, she lived by the mantra, "I think I can do it. I think I can do that." She is survived by her daughters, Jeanette, Michelle, Yvonne, Josette, and Lucretia, 11 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Also, that we adjourn in memory.
Catherine, can I be added as a, also on that adjournment? I did know Sarah Flores. I recall working with her in the San Gabriel Valley when I was an elected official back in the 90s.
Absolutely.
It was very nice. Very nice and admirable. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Continue.
Also, Jana Ray Adkins, a longtime resident of Saugus who passed away at the age of 65. She grew up and graduated high school in Tacoma, Washington, and attended the University of Washington, where she studied liberal arts. She worked briefly in a production office at Universal Studios before joining the Los Angeles Times, where she worked in advertising sales operations for 30 years. She held a variety of positions and quickly advanced to management. As telephone sales manager, she was one of only 23 women at the Times at that level of management. She briefly left the newspaper business in 2009, but returned in 2010 when she joined the newsroom of the Santa Clarita Signal newspaper. There, she served as business editor and finally as managing editor upon retirement in 2017. Jana is survived by her husband, John, her daughter, Megan, her mother, Shirley, and her brother, Sean. And also that we adjourn in memory of Bernard Clayton Eddie Byers, father of Carol Byers, our longtime staff member at our Washington, D.C. legislative office, who died November 29th at the age of 95 at his home in Falls Church, Virginia. Born in 1925, Bernard spent his early childhood laboring on local Virginia farms with his parents and siblings during the Great Depression. When he turned 18, he joined the many brave young men of his generation and enlisted in the U.S. Army to fight in World War II. He served honorably in the Pacific Theater. In the years after the war, Bernard got a job at the Olmsted Motor Company in Arlington, Virginia. It was there he worked as an auto mechanic for 50 years, receiving various awards and certificates, and ultimately a Doctors of Motors designation in 1968. When Olmsted's closed its shop in 1980, Bernard retired as well. He and his wife Lily proudly raised their 6 children in Pimmet Hills, a housing development designed by Frank Lloyd Wright for veterans returning home, and he was comforted to reside in his home until his death. In life, he demonstrated why his was the greatest generation through his resolute commitment to family and to country. Bernard is survived by his 6 children, Leonard, Edward, Carol, Shirley, Lee, and Richard, as well as 9 grandchildren, 3 step-grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. And I think you all remember Carol from our Washington, D.C. office. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Brian McInerney, past CEO of the Laverne Chamber of Commerce and the community's unofficial Mr. Laverne, who passed away on Thanksgiving morning at the age of 76. Raised in Queens, New York, Brian started his career as a teacher before entering corporate sales. A natural-born salesman, Brian quickly rose the ranks to become a vice president of sales and marketing, where he studied for 3 decades. Brian discovered Chamber of Commerce work when he represented his company in the San Dimas Chamber of Commerce, throwing himself wholeheartedly into business development. He won the Chamber's Ambassador of the Month 6 consecutive times in 2006, and then was named Ambassador of the Year. In 2006, he was named Executive Director of the Laverne Chamber of Commerce. Brian helped bring business, community, school, and municipal leaders and volunteers together through projects he either initiated or the Chamber partnered with others to stage. Brian was a strong proponent of the give back philosophy, and his gregarious personality, willingness to jump in and help whenever necessary, positive attitude, and high regard for others will sorely be missed. Brian is survived by his wife, Carol Ann, of 50 years, his daughter Leanne, son-in-law Matthew, and grandson Brian. Madam Chair, those are my adjournments.
Very much, Supervisor Barger, and we'll take all the motions as seconded. If there's no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. Now at this time, we're going into closed session. I'll ask the Madam Executive Officer to please read us into closed session, and we can take perhaps maybe a 3-minute break here. That helps people transition. Thank you.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and item CS2, department head performance evaluation, as indicated on the posted agenda. Thank you.
Okay.
The board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has concluded. open session once closed session has concluded. The board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has concluded.
Okay. I know that we are now at a time where we are going to confirm our attendance, so please unmute your mic, members, and respond when your name is called. Supervisor Mitchell.
Present.
Supervisor Kuehl.
Also present.
Supervisor Hahn.
Present too.
Supervisor Barger.
I'm here.
Great. Madam Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on December 8th, 2020. Item CS1 and item CS2, no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Okay. To the fabulous five, to the public, that concludes our meeting today. The next meeting of the Board of Supervisors will be a special closed session tomorrow, December 9th, 2020. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on January the 5th, 2021. Thank you, and we are officially adjourned. Thank you. All right, you got through it.
This meeting is no longer being recorded.